Hello, Dr. Balsinger. Is there snow there in Juneau?
No, but we don't even have rain today. It's the first, and we saw the sun yesterday afternoon. It's the first day in December, so it's awesome. We're looking for snow for the next 10 days, however. Of course, those guys that forecast the weather are part of the same agency that forecast fish population, so take that into consideration.
Hey, where was that big mudslide last week? Was that's further southeast, I think, right, or further south?
It was about 100 miles north of us, or 80 miles up in Haines. But we had a mudslide in Juneau too that took out the freshwater feed to the diepack hatchery. I think they lost most of their kings and sockeyes that would have been released this coming summer.
So they were just released early.
I'm not sure that they were ready to be released. There may have been a lot of eggs and stuff lost, but I don't have the details either.
Yeah, that's unfortunate though.
Yeah, my understanding is they were destroyed along with 30,000 rainbows and some cohos.
And Dave, what about Anchorage? You got a lot of snow up there today, or I see you got snow in the forecast coming?
Oh, we have snow on the ground. It's not snowing today, foggy, but plenty of snow on the ground.
Yeah, the winter there in Anchorage is a lot better with snow, man. It's so pretty up there when you get that snow, and I like going out when that in December meeting when that ice is frozen in the air like it is and everything's sparkling. It's just beautiful.
Bill, you got the message from Simon? You got the message from Simon that he needed to step away, so you need to chair this section?
I did. I'm waiting for one or two more council members. Looks like we're still a little short. And so we're picking up with Dr. Barbeau. I missed whether all the questions have been answered on Dr. Iannelli's presentation. I got called away from my screen right at the end.
Yes. Chair, if I might just chime in quickly, we're not finished the joint team report yet. We're going to, Dr. Diana Stram has discussion points to reflect, and then after she presents this aspect, I will return to provide the rest of the plan team discussion related to apportionment, if that's okay with you. Thanks.
Okay, and I lost the screen, but I think we have enough council members now. So council, please come back to order. And Dr. Stram, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yep, you're coming through well.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, members of the council. I'm Diana Stram, council staff. I've got a short presentation that's related to stablefish, the catch issues, as well as the apportionment and the council spatial management policy. This was also given during the plan team meeting for purposes of discussion and clarification. So just to review in terms of how annual catch limits are set and what the definitions mean, starting with the OFL, obviously the catch level that corresponds to the stock's maximum sustainable yield, where catch over the OFL equals overfishing. recalling that in 2020, the SSC set the OFL statewide to represent the overall area of the stock boundary, given that there was no biological reasoning indicating that further stock structure separation is needed. We set separate OFLs when there is definitive information on stock structure. So the sablefish stock is considered a statewide stock, and in deference to that, the SSC acknowledged that by setting the OFL at the statewide level as opposed to at area-specific levels. The ABC then, by National Standard 1 guidelines, is to buffer downward from the OFL to account for scientific uncertainty. And just to recall that the maximum ABC is prescribed by our groundfish tier system control rules. So for every assessment, including this one, you see what the maximum ABC is, and if there is additional uncertainty that's not accommodated by the assessment, then the teams and the officer will often recommend an ABC, or sometimes recommend an ABC below the maximum permissible. Our ACLs and the RFMPs are defined at the overall ABC. So it's important to recognize that a regional ABC is not an actual defined thing. The ABC itself is at the spatial scale of the OFL. So for this case, it is at the scale of the overall OFL, which is set statewide. Remembering that in 2019, the overall catch was greater than the combined ABC for the Gulf and the Bering Sea. So the Alaska-wide ACL was exceeded by about 1,487 tons. So it was exceeded by about 10%, but it was still, the catches were still approximately 50% of the OFL. Now in 2020 then, again, the ACL is set at the area-wide ABC. So just remembering what accountability measures are then. Per National Standard 1 guidelines, accountability measures should prevent exceedances of ACLs and correct or mitigate overages of the ACL if they occur. Our groundfish FMPs reference the following components as tools to provide for accountability measures: our observer coverage, our catch accounting, our in-season management authority, and our harvest specifications process. In 2019, again, the catch was greater than the TAC allocations and overall ACL. But just to recall what the TAC allocations were, primarily the overages in 2019 were in the Bering Sea non-CDQ trawl by 1,764 metric tons and the Central Gulf trawl by 924 metric tons. There was some overage in other fixed and trawl allocations as well. For fixed gear, the Central Gulf, West Yakutat, and Southeast outside, and for trawl, a small overage in the Western Gulf. In 2020 then, to date, as of the end of November, there's an overage in the Bering Sea non-CDQ trawl of 3,591 metric tons, the AI non-CDQ trawl, and the Central Gulf trawl. Again, these is catch over the TAC allocation. In 2020, the catch to date is about 3,000 metric tons below the ACL, so there would not be projected to be an ACL overage in 2020. Accountability measures then for 2020. During your specifications process in December of last year, you noted several concerns regarding the ACL and ABC overage in both the Gulf and the Bering Sea. In February of 2020 then, you clarified that these represent accountability measures that the council is noting given the overage in 2019. There were 4 different things that you noted in conjunction with the specifications process. The first was that you set a TAC in the Aleutian Islands less than the ABC. Normally you establish TAC in the Aleutian Islands equal to the ABC. So you set a more conservative TAC in the Aleutian Islands. You noted publicly that the trawl fleet was cautioned to avoid incidental catches of sablefish in 2020, and noted that there could be a scheduled potential action to follow on sablefish discards. The council also acknowledged that the SSC set the OFL statewide to represent the overall area of the stock boundary. And given that the ACL is assessed at the statewide area, it was deemed highly unlikely that an overage of the statewide ACL would occur in 2020. And again, currently catch is about 3,000 below the ACL. And furthermore, that the sablefish stock is increasing and the overage in 2019 is unlikely to represent a conservation concern requiring additional actions by the council outside of those already taken during your December specifications process. Management measures taken to date in 2020 then. NIMS has prohibited retention in the Bering Sea non-CDQ trawl gear beginning on July 1st. prohibited retention in the Aleutian Islands non-CDQ trawl on July 14th, and in the Central Gulf trawl, not including the rockfish program, on August 18th. One discussion that has been had starting at the plan teams and again somewhat at the SSC at this meeting is the spatial policy that the council has now. Understanding this is a council policy that you established about 10 years ago in terms of how you deal with spatial catch issues. So I'm just going to walk through some of the steps as it relates to this issue and to some recommendations from the plan teams regarding this and another stock. The first step then is that when there is some preliminary scientific information indicating that stock structure separation or other spatial management measures may be considered, the authors, the plan teams, and the SSC should advise the council of any associated conservation concerns or any concerns that they have regarding that. So that's sort of where we're at right now. The second step then is that once alerted to these kind of spatial management concerns, that the council, with input from the agency, the public, and its advisory bodies, should identify the economic, social, and management implications and potential options for management response to these findings, and identify the suite of tools that could be used to achieve conservation and management goals. The third step then is further refinement of stock structure or other spatial conservation concerns and potential management responses that are discussed through the process recommended in steps 1 and 2. So sort of an iterative process of refining management tools. The final step then, again, is if there is stock structure information that indicates genetically different stocks, then the SSC always has the latitude to recommend spatially explicit OFLs and ABCs to prevent overfishing. Currently, the plan teams discussed that they are at an aspect where it's not quite known what the impact of additional catches are on the overall stock, but they feel that there may be some spatial management concerns, and we're raising that at the plan team meeting. Some discussion questions that helped guide the plan team discussion is, given the lack of stock structure separation leading to a single OFL, are there still spatial catch and conservation concerns? If so, are these related to additional research priorities because the information is currently insufficient to determine to what extent that is a concern? Or if there's conservation concerns that the teams wish to raise to the SSC as it relates to the spatial management policy, again, with respect to step 1. In terms of the intent then of steps 2 and 3 of the spatial management policy, the intent of moving towards steps 2 and 3 is to involve more than stock assessment authors in evaluating tools to manage catch-related issues that may be a conservation concern, but for which information is insufficient at this point to determine to what extent. It's basically to bring in additional staff into the discussion, both NIMS and season management, economists, stakeholders, to look at different tools and the implications of their application. Those people are present at the plan team meetings when we're having an open discussion for the assessment. The issue being that usually the time is just insufficient at the plan team meetings to really sit down and try to come up with additional management tools that may address a stock-specific spatial management issue. There is no blueprint for how we address step 2. We've only done this for one stock, black-spotted rough-eye in the Bering Sea, for which we had a workshop. But addressing step 2 could be open-ended. It could be the council initiating a discussion paper. It could be the council initiating a stakeholder discussion. It could be referring it to an agenda item that is scheduled at the plan team meeting. It's more of just saying that additional thought and consideration needs to be given. So the joint team recommendations then, we had a general discussion of a council-led workshop to occur with respect to sablefish to look at both apportionment and whether or not or how to evaluate catch concerns with the recent overages of the sub-area ABCs. Information that we didn't have but we thought would be useful to help inform that kind of discussion would be the F rates, the fishing mortality rates by area over a range of different apportionments. So are those consistent across each area or do they differ by area? As well as socioeconomic implications of a range of apportionments. In conjunction, and you'll hear about this in Dr. Barbeau's report with respect to black-spotted rough-eye. During the discussion of black-spotted rough-eye, the Bering Sea team discussed the concept of a workshop for spatial catch issues that would be broadened to include the recurring issues with catch exceeding the MSSC for black-spotted rough-eye. And again, this recommendation will be brought forward when you talk about black-spotted rough-eye in your next presentation. Again, black-spotted rough-eye is the only stock for which the spatial management policy has been invoked, which led to a workshop in 2016 and codifying the MSSC. That was the only tool that was recommended. There were no other tools recommended, and while that was not an author's recommendation for continued use of the MSSC, there, for lack of any other tool, that's what's been considered forward. In discussion by the plan teams then, there's concern raised that this has not been an adequate tool for managing the stock, and that some consideration should be given to evaluating the efficacy of a spatial management measure invoked in response to the council's policy, and to clarify general questions regarding application of the policy. This led to a broader workshop discussion in terms of potential workshop focus questions. Again, should the council wish to go down this path, whether it's with respect to sablefish, black-spotted rough-eye, or just in general. These were some of the workshop questions that were put forward. One, what are the criteria for assessing whether a spatial management tool has been effective? Two, what are the specific criteria for when the policy should be applied, either for the first time for a stock or for follow-up applications? And three, are there criteria for balancing conservation concerns, i.e. stock biomass and productivity versus socioeconomic concerns? And do these vary between target and bycatch stocks? One follow-up thing then that we came up in discussion at the planting meetings and when we revisited this at the end of the week, it's just for backdrop, the information leading to the apportionment scheme that was adopted in 1999. So just to briefly review the history of it, in 1999, the sablefish assessment, the assessment authors were requested from industry and responded to stakeholders to look at both the status quo apportionment at that time, which was a 5-year exponentially weighted survey average, as well as a range of different mechanisms to include both survey and fishery data in fixed and moving averages to apportion the sablefish ABC across the BSAI and the Gulf. The assessment, considering all of these different alternatives, provided the following statement on the differences between the alternative combined fishery survey methods considered and the 5-year exponentially weighted survey apportionment. And the assessment authors noted at that time that since sablefish are considered to be one population in Alaska, the analysis implies it does not matter in which area they're harvested, as long as fishery mortality rates do not differ greatly between areas. They did not provide a recommendation on which of the apportionment methods should be used, but they did go forward with the 5-year exponentially weighted survey apportionment in the assessment to the plan team. And again, picking up on this, this is one of the reasons why we discussed at the planting meeting that information that would be useful to have would be looking at what the fishery mortality rates are by area, given the default fixed gear trawl apportionments and how that results in differing fishery mortality rates, perhaps by area. That would be useful to look at. In terms of the decisions that were made at that time then, the joint teams reviewed those different alternative apportionment methods, but continued to recommend the 5-year exponentially weighted method for apportionment. And they noted concerns with both increased variability with the use of fishery data and the introduction of potential bias due to changing fishery catchability and non-random distribution of fishing efforts. The SSC concurred with the plan teams. The council, however, in December modified the apportionment that was put forward by the SSC to use one of the ones that was included in the assessment itself, which was a weighted survey fishery data, 2/3 survey, 1/3 fishery data, to apportion sablefish, noting that this is the only time that the council had modified an apportionment scheme that was put forward by the SSC as a recommendation. I would note that the recommendation that you take from the SSC under Magnuson is the overall ABC, not the apportionment thereof. The ABC itself is recommended to the council by the SSC, as we have always done, even before it was codified, and is not changed by the council. But the apportionment of a statewide stock was something that the council did modify in terms of that. The council noted at the time that the plan teams and the council should review this apportionment annually to ensure that the health of the stock is not compromised, nor that inappropriate bias is introduced by the use of fishery data. This method was employed then until 2013, at which point the teams in the SSC recommended the apportionment be frozen pending further spatial analyses. So every year thereafter, in anticipation of a spatial analysis that would provide the information necessary to scientifically apportion the stock, that has been the annual awaiting that. The teams at that time had noted that at that time, the lack of recruitment and lack of good data in the Western areas, where additional quota were being allocated. So that's where the teams have been up until this point. Again, you had an appendix that I think Jim will walk through with respect to different apportionments that were provided to the teams at the November meeting in conjunction with analyses that are ongoing on apportionment. I believe this is where I turn it back over to Dr. Iannelli.
Thanks, Diana. If the chair's indulgence will continue with the completion of the joint team report. Just to remind the council also that this is all of the sablefish discussion for the Bering Sea team and the Gulf team report. There won't be any further sablefish discussion, but moving on to the team's discussions on apportionment methods, we noted that the goal of apportionment is, as Diana pointed out, to balance the regional biomass, which is a conservation metric, and then also provide some stability that's important, obviously, for the fishers. We found that the fixed apportionment really is no longer responsive to changes in the biomass distribution. And also, obviously, we've seen some big increases in the Bering Sea that's already been illustrated in earlier slides. The teams felt that the ABC should be closer to the biomass distribution as a way to avoid any localized depletion in areas where there are fewer sablefish now. Also, it may be important to protect the spawning biomass across all regions because there's uncertainty in the stock structure and the relative contribution to spawners from different areas. So the authors presented this table. I'll just speak to it briefly, but basically it gives the standard apportionment, which is fixed, and given that the total is the same, the fixed apportionment is in this column. This is what's been used in the past. And since the top row here is constant through all of these, the percentage change from this year's ABC, the 2020 ABC, and the projected 2021 is identical. If you pick the 5-year exponentially weighted average, you get this, and this is what the authors recommended and the plan teams went with is this middle column where it's basically a 5-year moving average where some of the allocations are changing quite dramatically. And then they provided an incremental way to get you there, and that's just somewhere between constant apportionment and 5-year average. And 5-year average, it's important to note, is something that may come back later if the biomass distributions change again. You may still be basing the distribution on something that's no longer quite the same as it currently is. So it may not track, be responsive to area distributions. And we had discussions on that aspect of this choice. Our comments, we just in general on the assessment, we're still concerned about the retrospective bias, recognizing that that'll hopefully be improved in the coming years, and that we had a lot of discussion, as I mentioned earlier, on CPUE, using fishery CPUE data, given that there's boats that are changing towards pot gear, and there may be inconsistent trends with fishery independent indices, namely that the fishery and the survey are seeing quite different patterns. And I think our discussion centered around focusing on what aspect of the fishery data need to be characterized better if the boats are no longer the same set of boats going forward or even in recent history. We also talked about, as I mentioned, this shifting reference point. When you add in a big year class, the average goes up, and that changes our targets, and that's a concern. We generally agreed with the authors, ABC, noting that it's a 17% increase from their 2020 value, but it's also a 57% reduction from maximum permissible, which is quite large. We rationalized it as a team that this ABC aligned closely with assuming just average recruitment rather than the estimates that were actually from the assessment. We were still concerned about overall general poor fits and would like to see those residual patterns that were quite poor in the assessment be improved in coming years. So we did ask for explicit exploration of the top 4 year classes. Is it possible to compare the 1977 year class, how that evolved across the Gulf and elsewhere, and to see if there's any parallels that could be drawn there. We also asked to look at the historical pollock fishery to see if bycatch had been present during those periods, if possible, and also looking at some of the CPUE work and some of the other aspects on age-specific natural mortality rates and potentially time-varying maturity were in our recommendations. As far as apportionment, in general, the teams preferred to move away from the current constant apportionment, which has been the same since 2014. We would prefer to see things closer to the actual fish distribution, although these are designed to mitigate any stock structure uncertainty and also balance exploitation rates. We, in principle, agreed with the 5-year moving average as a fine approach, but for the coming year, if it's too extreme to use a static apportionment, although that was less favored. And then we were also expecting the council to weigh in on the alternative range that we provided in our recommendation. So those last 2 slides are just showing the kind of bookends which the plan teams decided to proceed with, which basically uses the 5-year moving average. They call it a non-exponential weighting, but it's just simple moving average. And these are the results across the main regions on how, after whale depredation, those values would look. And just to note that this is the 5-year, and if you went with the constant, the totals change a little bit. This is the constant value, which were the bookend values that we recommended going forward. And with that, Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions from the council and before moving on to the Bering Sea.
Thank you, Dr. Iannelli. Any questions before we move on? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess it's either for Dr. Iannelli or Dr. Stram. Quick one on the sablefish apportionment and the opportunities, I guess, to address that for the council. I understood that it's in our jurisdiction or our authority to modify the apportionment when there is no conservation concern to doing so. But the general advice, if I'm getting that right, is to move closer toward the survey biomass. Have we done, because I think we did we do a workshop on spatial management of sablefish in 2020? Could you just remind me? I didn't see that in Dr. Stram's slides, but I thought we did that already.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Dan.
You can cover it, Jim.
Yeah, there was a workshop, but it focused mainly on the results of a management strategy evaluation that was done at the Off Bay Labs and I wasn't in attendance, so Diana, I was going to defer to Diana to cover that further.
Okay, sure, I'm happy to. And I think one thing to be clear though is that this was not a council workshop. This was a stakeholder workshop that the Osprey Lab assessment authors took on their own. We did have two staff attending, Mr. Sam Cunningham in person and myself remotely. And it was to go over, again, as Dr. Iannelli indicated, the draft results of the MSE. There was a report that was put forward. It was an SSC only agenda item, if you recall, in June. And the SSC made some recommendations to the council with respect to that in their report. We did not take that up then as an agenda item at the September plan team meeting because the results were not available. And in response to that, that's why there is an appendix to the sablefish assessment that included some different results. But again, the general implications of the spatial, the MSE analysis to date was that there were no biologically distinct apportionments that were recommended, basically. And so the nature of the team's discussion and the authors is that, yes, going back to what would make more sense is moving closer to the survey-based apportionment. But whether you do it in one single step or you do it gradually over several years was more the nature of the conversation.
Thank you, Dr. Stram, Dr. Iannelli, Mr. Chair. So that means it's not as if that, and I apologize for not having looked at that ahead of time, but that information from that workshop, it is feeding into this process, maybe where we get this range of possibilities. Is that a correct characterization?
Ms. Kimball, yes, I think that's a correct characterization. I think some of the recommendations that were coming out of it, some of the things that they were considering in the MSE were a little bit outside of the wheelhouse of the assessment authors conducting the MSE with respect to socioeconomic considerations and issues of stability and whether or not the catch could be caught in specific areas. That's some of the recommendations that you received from the SSC were related to the council pursuing some of that information prior to changing apportionment. But obviously, you have the ability to change the apportionment under the specifications process with or without that additional socioeconomic information.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Down.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Iannelli. Dr. Iannelli, I think what I heard you say was that the plan team had recommended the 5-year mean, the column representing the 5-year average, and I thought that plan team had actually recommended something else. I just wanted to clarify that that's actually representative of what the plan team recommended.
Thank you, Mr. Downs, to the chair. So we landed on the fact that the council would pick something in between these two ranges, so that the idea being the bookend of static apportionment and one that the authors recommended, which was the 5-year moving average of survey biomass. And so as far as our recommendation, that's where we were landing. We did not have a single specific apportionment, but just to communicate to the council. And this was something, just to add to Dr. Stram's comment, that something that we talked about last year and something post-workshop that we realized that this would be a way forward given the council's latitude to pick area portioned ABCs according to, consistent with the conservation concerns, but allowing for a broader perspective on socioeconomics. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Iannelli. Could you just for clarification, so that I'm sure I got this, can you just use the green arrow there to point to the 5-year average, the other column that you were recommending, and then that your recommendation, the plan team's recommendation was that to the council was maybe something in between those two. Is that right?
Thank you, Mr. Downs. So I'm sorry, there's another table that had many alternatives here. This is just one, and it's just the 5-year mean average. The next slide has the fixed value. So these are the last two slides of the handout that's posted on the e-agenda. So these are apples for one end of the bookend, which is basically constant apportionment since 2014. The other bookend, neither of these are the recommendation, but they are what we considered appropriate, recognizing that the commission or the council has latitude to pick a value at these bookended ranges. And so this is the 5-year mean, and the last slide is the fixed average. So there was an earlier slide which is more confusing, I'm sorry, but this is the values with the whale depredation. And so the SSC values change the totals for these, and they also have a different recommendation going forward. But that would, I guess, from the council's point of view, if they pick the total for TA for the absolute ABC, then picking the area-specific ABCs will require some calculations, which from the plan team we don't have. We just have the bookends. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was helpful. And then I have another question, Mr. Chairman, if I might. I got a question I think probably best directed to Dr. Stram.
Mr. Downey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to make sure I've got this right, Dr. Stram. You moved through that very quickly, but it was a lot of information. It was really good information. It's really helpful to me. So thank you very much for that. So when I'm looking at the question, the reason I asked this question, when I'm looking at public testimony, I'm seeing that these percentages over ACL in the Bering Sea, for instance, but those area portion ACLs, I think from what you presented, the takeaway from me should be those area ACLs are not actual ABCs. That what really counts is the statewide ACL. So really there is no overage. We're still actually under the statewide ACL. So if that's the case, then I'm curious, we do take, the National Marine Fisheries Service does take action when those ACLs are exceeded by going to prohibited species, and then we've got these large amounts of fish being discarded. So I see the disconnect between saying that what really counts is the statewide and us closing retention of that species and putting it on prohibited species status based on an ACL. So it would seem like it'd be one or the other, that either it's an ACL and we do something about it, or we don't. I think you mentioned that it's not a real thing, that this ACL really counts. So I just am looking for some clarification on that. It seems like maybe there's more to it than just what was presented, but I don't want to make any assumptions here either, Dr. Stram. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Down, I just want to be clear that there is no area-specific ACL. The ACL itself is set at the level of the spatial scale over which the OFL is prescribed. So for purposes of sablefish, you're talking about a statewide ACL. That's the only way we assess the ACL, is at the OFL spatial scale. When you're talking about region-specific ABCs, that's for NMFS management purposes, and you're correct in that when an area-specific ABC is exceeded, then NMFS takes different actions, which I'll scroll to. So that is where NMFS takes action, for example, on this slide in 2020. That's when they begin to institute the management measures that they have the in-season authority to do, which is to prohibit retention, and then it moves to a PSC status for area-specific ABCs. That is not the same as the ACL. The ACL is at the statewide level, and it is not projected to be exceeded in 2020. It was exceeded in 2019, and that's why you noted some accountability measures as a council that were intended to discourage the ability to exceed the ACL at the statewide level in 2020. I hope that answers your question. They're very different things. The region-specific sub-area ABCs are what NIMS is managing in terms of their in-season actions on retention and prohibiting retention, but that is not an ACL as specified under our fishery management plans.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Stram. I think, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Stram, that's very helpful, because I think what most people would assume is that ABC is, our language for ACL, and that's not the case when it comes to sablefish. But that's generally the case, ABC in general, or is this the one exception, or are there several exceptions where we might look at an ABC and we'd have to know that, okay, that ABC is not an ACL?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, the difference is not at the ABC. The difference is a sub-area allocation of an ABC. So we do that for multiple stocks where we have region-specific ABCs, but those are not true ABCs. The ABC is at the level of the stock, and that's across all of our managed species. That's where the ACL is specified to be at the spatial level over which the stock is specified. So any stock that has a single OFL but sub-area ABCs, which we have for multiple stocks, the overall ACL is still specified at the stock level, so at the OFL spatial scale for any single stock that we have.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Stram. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that was quite helpful. I'm hoping not just for me, but for members of the public as well. You moved through that section pretty fast, Dr. Stram, so I just wanted to go back and clarify those issues, not only for myself, but for somebody that might have got a bit lost like I did. But thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Down. Let's go to Dr. Baltier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Dan. That was helpful, as Mr. Down said. So the stock, coastwide stock, is specified in the FMP. So no one is the team, the SSC has not found a reason to divide that statewide stock into separate management areas. And so, as you pointed out, OFL is on the statewide stock, as is the ACL. And since it's in the FMP, does that take an FMP amendment to change that? Mr. Chairman, this is a little bit off the topic of this team, but we had so much discussion on it, I thought I'd ask for clarification on that point.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Balsiger, no, it would not. We did have area-specific OFLs for sablefish until 2020, and changing those to be a single OFL doesn't require an FMP amendment. We do that for other stocks as well, recalling when we set separate OFLs for the Aleutian Islands cod and Bering Sea cod. The only reason why that required more work was the sector allocation aspect of it, not the separate stock aspect.
Thank you very much. That's clear. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Balsiger. Any further questions before we move on to the Bering Sea Plan team? Drs. Stram and Iannelli. Dr. Barbeau, do we have you with us?
I am here. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Steve Barbeau from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. I'm co-chair of the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Plan Team, along with Grant Thompson, and Steve McLean being our coordinator. I like this slide because it kind of gives us a picture of the diversity of fish that are managed underneath our BSAI FMP, and it is quite diverse. Oops, I didn't use the arrows. Hold on one second. We did meet in November, a virtual meeting with myself and Grant Thompson leading as co-chairs and Steve McLean as coordinator. We had 9 plan team members as well that joined us, along with AFSC and ACRO staff and quite a few members of the public. It was a well-attended meeting. The big picture, it was pretty full docket this year. We had 23 stock complexes that we evaluated, 21 full assessments and 2 partial. There were none this year. And we had 9 new assessments done by new authors this year. And lots of models, including tier 5 and 6 methods, 25 base models that were evaluated, 28 additional models on top of that were looked at. The team agreed with the author's recommendations regarding preferred models and harvest specifications in all but one case, that case being Eastern Bering Sea Pacific cod. And change from the current base model method was recommended in 7 cases. Reductions from max ABC were recommended in only 2 cases, one of which you've already heard, the stable fish, and the other being pollock, Eastern Bering Sea pollock. Of the 16 stocks that we evaluated in tier 1 and 3, only 3 were sub-tier B, meaning that they're below B40 or BMSY. No stock complexes were subjected to overfishing in 2019, and no tier 1 or 3 stock complexes were overfished or approaching overfishing as of 2020. This is Dr. Thompson's favorite slide. It gives you an evaluation of basically everything that we did. For the first column, these are the stocks and stock names. In red are those stocks that we did have specific recommendations. We have the lead author in the second column, the tier of each stock, the third, but it was a full stock assessment, which is all but these 2 in blue, or partial. All of the models that were evaluated, and then the risk tables as well, whether it moved away from 1 or if there was some risk factor that was greater than 1 in the risk table. We can look at in the Bering Sea the total biomass across all the groundfish species, and of course we're mostly made up of Eastern Bering Sea walleye pollock, making up the largest biomass at greater than 8 million tons, down to Eastern Bering Sea rockfish, which was less than 1,300 tons, or about 1,300 tons total. Again, yellowfin sole taking up second, and of course going down the line from there. We can look at our for our tier 1s and 3s, where they were as far as a reference value. Most of the stocks are above B40 or BMSY. There are 3 stocks that drop below. Those are those tier B stocks, one being Eastern Bering Sea Pacific cod, the other being Atka mackerel, and of course AIBS, black spotted and rough eye rockfish, dropping below. We're accustomed to looking at this, where we have overfishing here, or let's look at catch versus catch MSY on the y-axis, and biomass versus BMSY on the x-axis, and where we lie in that grouping, whether overfished and overfishing on either side. All of our stocks were in the green in 2019. Rough eye, black spotted rockfish was right on the line with BMSY. We can see that change for 2020, and we see that Eastern Bering Sea has moved over to the other side of BMSY. Atka mackerel and rough eye rockfish, again, those 2 other stocks that were in the B tiers. The rest being fairly well inside the green for not overfishing, not overfishing. Look at ABCs across the Bering Sea. Again, Eastern Bering Sea walleye pollock being the top at 1.6 million tons. Yellowfin sole taking second. Northern rock sole third. Looking at Eastern Bering Sea Pacific cod and bogus flock pollock, which we don't fish directly, taking third and fourth, or fourth and fifth, and also Atka mackerel being fairly high, the rest being fairly low. We can look at the change in ABC for the species that we've looked at. One thing that we see is this Eastern Bering Sea rough eye, black spotted rough eye rockfish being the largest change, and that change actually was only 17 tons compared to Eastern Bering Sea walleye pollock, where that change made up 140,000 ton change. We can also see this large drop in Eastern Bering Sea cod, ABC, as well as bogus flock pollock. Mainland turbot also took a large drop. And next, the Aleutian Islands Bering Sea rockfish with a change in model dropped quite a bit as well. In general, general issues, again, we struggled with the risk tables and how to be consistent. The team accepted the author's risk levels in all cases, but this should be interpreted more as the team's acknowledgement that each author identified reasonable rationales in assigning levels than an assertion that the criteria used to assign levels was consistent across authors. Also, the team noted that the continued lack of surveys in eastern Bering Sea slope and Aleutian Islands region is a concern for many flatfish and rockfish stocks that rely upon these data. We did have a report from Brian et al. That took note of each of these stocks and how the biennial survey relies pretty heavily and may have been more impacted by the loss of one of those surveys. A large number of stocks will have increased uncertainty in biomass estimates if future surveys in the Bering Sea slope and Aleutian Islands are not prioritized. This may result in increased risk for these stocks. Moving forward, you'll see this table a number of times for the different groups of species. The first column is going to be the stock, second being tier, third being the 2021 ABC, 2021 OFL. The change from 2020 and the change from the projection for 2021 from last year's model. If the stock is highlighted, I'm going to go in more detail. And if we have red, it means that we're in tier B. Eastern Bering Sea, ABC is 1.6 million tons, OFL being 2.594 million tons. This is a 20% decrease from last year's ABC and 36% decrease from last year's OFL. From the projection, we're only 8% decline and 23% decline in OFL. Aleutian Islands pollock had the same model this year. Moving forward, we only see an 8% decline from last year's 2020 and a 12% decline from last year's projection, so slightly lower than what we expected, ending up at 51,000 tons and 61,000 tons for the ABC and OFL. Bogoslav pollock, we actually did get an acoustic survey this year. It dropped the overall biomass from 610,000 tons to 378,000 tons. That's why we get a 38% decline in the ABC and OFL as it is a tier 5 stock. Eastern Bering Sea cod, we will discuss this more in detail in a little bit, where we have 94,000 tons and 112,000 ton ABC and OFL, a drop of 39% from 2020, a 41% drop in the OFL. But looking at projections from last year, it was only an 8% drop or 10% drop in ABC and OFL from those. And then Aleutian Island specific cod, since we didn't have an Aleutian Island survey and this is a tier 5, remains the same as previous years. Going into more detail for walleye pollock, what we see for this stock is an A season. For this graph, we have cumulative catch versus cumulative time fishing. So we see that for 2020, which is here in this pink line, we see that the fishery went pretty well, quickly catching the total PAC for that. But where we ran into issues was the B season. Again, we see this as actually a fairly slow fishery continuing on throughout the entire season, actually slower than the slow year, what we previously thought is a slow year is 2011. This is also reflected in the CPUE, where we have this high CPUE, increasing CPUE in the recent years in the A season, slightly dropping this year. But in the B season, we see this continued drop in CPUE. So slower fishing, but also lower CPUE. One of the issues that has caught our attention as well is this increased bycatch of herring. Here, this top figure is CPUE by weight of herring in both the A season in orange and the B season in blue. And see, normally herring occurs more often in the B season, but this year we had quite an increase in herring. That's been discussed earlier, herring in the A season. Just the opposite for sablefish, where we tend to get very little sablefish, recently showing up in the A season, but then this year really topped out in the B season with very increased numbers of sablefish in the B season in recent time. Chinook salmon bycatch has been fairly stable in both the A season and B season. More bycatch in the A season, slightly increasing, but still fairly flat. And chum salmon, again, we get these peaks in the B season in chum salmon fishery, but again, fairly stable in the A season, dropping down in the B season from recent highs. Again, we show that pollock where we're having that high CPUE in the A season, low CPUE in the B season. One of the things that also accompanied this year that was different than previous years, normally in the B season, we see these large year classes working their way through with these large fish showing up in the B season. This year in 2020, So this graph shows the mean weight of fish per tow from the observer data. What we see in the B season for 2020 is this large chunk of very small fish in the B season, and not that peak of larger fish, that 2012-13 year class showing up in the B season. One of the other things that has become recently apparent is this 2012 year class was very apparent early on, but it switched over to a 2013 year class. There was some discussion on whether this was due to aging error, but it seems real as it has been continuous throughout this time period. For this year, we didn't have a bottom trawl survey or the traditional acoustic trawl survey, but what we did have was the sail drone survey, which is new this year, and USV standing for Unmanned Sailing Vehicle. So basically started out in San Francisco, sailed up to the Bering Sea with 3 sail drones at 40 nautical mile spacing. They surveyed the same survey area as we normally do with our acoustic trawl survey. Started July 4th through the 20th of August. Again, that same time period really when we'd normally be surveying the stock. They surveyed during daylight hours. It only paused when the winds got above 25 knots. For the survey, the assumed midwater backscatter minus jellyfish is pollock. You can see the sail drone here that was used for these surveys. One reason that we can use this methodology, even though no biological data was collected, was pollock dominate the midwater biomass. You can see that we collected basically the same acoustic data that we collect during the acoustic trawl surveys, but we assume backscatter is proportional to biomass. And here you can see from the midwater surveys over time, on average, once we take the jellyfish out, 98% of what's in the water column or the biomass is pollock. You can see that on the acoustic survey versus fish backscatter versus survey biomass, they track really closely. And one of the reasons that we can use this acoustic backscatter as a proxy for total biomass. In total, from the 2020 USV estimate, we're looking at 3.6 million tons. This is a 44% increase, 44.5% increase from 2018. Now, this is really a contingency plan in place. Surveys were canceled. Things went really well during this survey. Data were processed in a similar way to traditional acoustic trawl survey data, and reduced sampling effort and conversion to biomass accounted for this increase in uncertainty. So we see this higher uncertainty in this biomass estimate. This was then used in the stock assessment. The models explored this year had several contingencies looking at USV and how it was considered, using it as either biomass converted or using the acoustic backscatter for the entire time series, or applying a VAST estimate. There's also estimates looking at variations of the stock recruitment relationship, challenging that Tier 1A evaluation for this stock. The model recommended by the author and chose by the plan team extended the acoustic trawl survey in the time series with the USV biomass conversion, and we're using the model that excludes the 1978 year class from the stock recruitment relationship. I see a question, Mr. Chair, from Mr. Down.
Dr. Barbeau, I think the hand's been up since the last
Okay.
conversation.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll put that down. Sorry about that, Mr. Chairman.
No problem. All right, Dr. Barbeau.
Yeah. So looking at the results from Model 20A, what we see is this drop in abundance back to 2008, where we had that low period for pollock, rising to a peak in abundance in 2018, dropping now down in 2020 and 2021 to a low in 2022 with average recruitment. We can look at that 2011 and 2012 year, 2012 and 2013 year classes being dominant in the pollock assessment, followed by 3 years of poor recruitment. And these are being average recruitment over that time period. And we can see this continuing to drop through 2022. We look at spawning exploitation rate with that drop in abundance in pollock. We see this increase in F over time in this stock. We can see also, during that down period, 2007 through 2010, where we're below DMSY estimated this model, to a peak in 16, 17, and 18, where we're well above, rivaling what we saw back in 1987, to currently dropping down in 2020, 2021, and 2022 where we're approaching BMSY. Still above, but approaching. So in summary, the spawning biomass is declining from high levels. There's unusual fishing conditions in the bee season. We had small and skinny fish in the bee season and poor catch rates. In his assessment, Jim provided this decision table, which kind of to guide TAC considerations. And to read this table, you're looking at these values as estimates of catch for 2021, going from 10,000 tons up to 1.6 million tons. And these are various probabilities. Here, for example, is F of 2021 being greater than FMSY. We're looking at a 1,600 ton TAC. We're looking at a 47% probability of being 2021 being greater than BMSY. Again, looking at 2022 biomass estimates being less than BMSY. As we ratchet up catch, we start to approach that BMSY in 2022, or as well as 2023. So from the plan team, we took the author's recommendation, reducing the Tier 1 max ABC by 30% in 2021 and 2022, following the Tier 3 max ABC control rule, as we've done in numerous past years. You can see catch has been fairly stable and rising over the last time period through 2019. We see spawning biomass dropping, again, that 2012-13 year class, followed by below average recruitment since then. The team also recommended the AFSC stock assessment groups evaluate the impacts of data loss associated with fixed gear EM program and the trawling EM exempted fishing permit, as there were some issues with the spatial, the data not being at the spatial resolution as it had previously been for some of the observer data. We're looking at that 23% decline in OFL from what was projected last year, a 36% decline from last year's OFL, a 20% decline from last year's ABC this year, and really an 8% decline from what was projected from last year. And with that, I can take questions on pollock, or I can keep moving to Pacific cod. Mr. Chair.
Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. Barbeau. I was trying to follow you quickly. In terms of we've been relying on the 2012 year class, and then you mentioned the 2013 year class. Was I supposed to understand that is, we should just be noted that it's persisting in the fishery over time, or that it's starting to look positive over time?
The 2012 and 2013 year class seem to be persisting over time. Where they kind of switched dominance. The 2012 was originally at dominance, but the 2013 kind of took its place over time. So there's a switch from 2012 to 2013, and now they're basically being rated as equal in dominance in this model.
Thank you for that explanation. And my second question, Mr. Chair, is on the bullet on the bottom of this slide, and I just would note or hope that Dr. Barbeau has some influence here. It's recommending, I guess, the stock assessment groups basically talk to themselves and evaluate the impact of data loss. When I listened to the plan team, there seemed to be some feedback from industry and others involved in those two fishery sectors that those data might be available, just not readily available, or that plan team authors might not know that those data are available. So I'm asking if there's intended some kind of cross-referencing with those two sectors to ensure that it might not be a data loss, but it might just be a better communication on where those data exist.
For the pollock stock, I think we can supplement some of the information from the logbook information, but that hasn't been made readily available to the stock assessment authors. For other stocks like Pacific cod and the sablefish fishery, where they're more in the fixed gear EM program, some of that data is lost, where we are no longer getting biological information from length data or ODWIP data from those sectors. And we need to work with industry to try to get these, and working with the groups that are working with EM programs to try to get these data and figure out how to get these data for the stock assessment others. But for the pollock assessment specifically, I think some of that spatial resolution that we've had in the past can be derived from the logbook information.
Mm-hmm.
And they do collect
Great.
lengths and odorless from the plants during the trial EM.
Thank you, Dr. Barbeau. And we do have a committee that's dedicated to those examples, I guess, for both the trawl EM committee, and it also has fixed gear representation because there's some crossover issues. So I hope that you can use those available committees to help with that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Further questions on Pollock? And if not, Dr. Barbeau, I think this might be a good place for us to break for lunch. It's after 11:40 Alaska time, 12:40 Pacific time. So let's come back in an hour at 12:40 Alaska time.
The meeting is now over. All the participants have been disconnected.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Molly. I haven't had a chance to say hi to you this morning. Good to see you here.
Okay, council, please come back to order. Unless there was any more questions on the policy discussion, Dr. Barbeau, I believe we're ready to move on to Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When staff load up the presentation, I can begin.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
And moving on to Pacific Cod. So again, Jim, we have Grant Thompson as the author. There were several model changes in this year, and we did have a risk table factor of 2 for the ecosystem, which was addressed in the ESP, which was developed this year and presented this year, which is in Appendix 2.2. And the take-home from the ESP, although I'm not going to go into detail, is that overall the ecosystem indicators have been decreasing since 2009. They've been showing some modest recovery since 2017, when the heat in the system was reduced, similar to the Gulf of Alaska. The model changes that were addressed this year, there were 4 models that were recommended by the FSC to move forward, 2 of which are, in fact, containing 2 factors. One factor being allowing Q to vary over time, and the second factor being combining of separate surveys for the Eastern Bering Sea and Northern Bering Sea. With public comment, Dr. Thompson added 2 additional factors, the use of CPV index in the model, and also allowing dome-shaped selectivity. So in here we have 3 ensembles that were considered, one being the blue models, which include those models that were recommended by the FSC to move forward in October. Then the yellow models, which are those that were recommended or that were introduced by Dr. Thompson since October, which include the CPV and the dome-shaped survey selectivity. And then the green model, which was the base model from last year. We can look at the catch time series for this stock. You can see the green on the left-hand side is total catch over time by sector, fishing sector. Green being, let's see if I can get my arrow here. Green being the total catch overall, and we can see that we have this peak in 2016 dropping with the ABC. You can see that there's an increase in long line early on in the time series, decreasing recently. The trawl sector really decreasing over time, being fairly stable the last couple of years, but also decreasing. And the pot sector increasing over time. If you look at the regional perspective, which is on the right, which is the Eastern Bering Sea versus the Northern Bering Sea, green being total, orange being Eastern Bering Sea, where we see a drop, and the blue being the Northern Bering Sea, where we see this increase in 2018 as the stock appeared to move northward, dropping off in 2020. Look at the surveys. This is the bottom trawl survey. Of course, we didn't have a survey in 2020. These are from prior to 2019. And these are the VAST index-derived abundance indices using a cold pool effect. See the blue being both the Northern Bering Sea and Eastern Bering Sea, Orange being just the Eastern Bering Sea, where we see this steep decline up until about 2018, and we see this increase in 2019. This is abundant by numbers of fish. And then for the Northern Bering Sea, modeled in the VAST model, we see this increase in recent times. For the models that have the split area, only those points with solid are included in the model. Those hollow points were not included in the model. Of course, for the combined surveys for those models, we would use the blue points we use. This is the survey size composition, survey population. And you can see this purple line right here is the 2019 size composition. You can see what we expect to be the 2018 year class being very large, but being very flat afterwards. If you look at the hollow points, that's 2015 to 2018. You can see all these hollow points really don't have any recruitment or any very little small fish in abundance, as opposed to the average, which is here in black, or opposed to prior to 2014, where these large year classes coming through. Similarly, in the Northern Bering Sea, where we have 2010 not being a lot of Pacific cod up in the Northern Bering Sea, 2017 we this bimodal distribution, and 2019 where again we see that 2018 year class up in the Northern Bering Sea. Dr. Thompson relates that he expects this to indicate that they're potentially be spawning in the Northern Bering Sea, given that we're seeing large amounts of 2018 year class up there. It's either that or advection of larvae up into that region. Something that he introduced this year is this catch-weighted all-gear annual mean CPE by weight. Basically, it's taking all of the gear types and looking at the catch per unit effort over time, and we see this sharp increase recently in that index. One thing to pay close attention to, and that the plan team commented on, is how tight these error bounds are on this index. And one of the issues is how that was discussed in the plan team is how these variance estimates were calculated. Although the team determined not to include the models with fishery CPE and index, the team recommended that this index be standardized using alternative statistical methods that we discussed at the CIE review in 2021. So it's not that we don't believe that we have this increase in CPE, it's just that we haven't had time really to use it and how it's being used within the model. Moving forward at the result of time series for these models. These really high values are those models that are using both the CPE index and the dome shape selectivity. The trend over time is pretty much similar across all of these models, ranging in 2020 from B20 for the lowest model up to about B50 for the larger model. Again, we see that decreasing trend in recent times for all of these models, a slight increase in the projection for the other models. But again, looking at that low recruitment for 4 years, and then that high recruitment in 2018 is what we're living with right now. For the team proposed a new ensemble C, which excluded the CPE index models. And one of the things that we did discuss was the difference between selecting an individual model for management versus the selection of models for an ensemble. Given the structural uncertainty in a lot of these models, they would not be considered for management as an individual model. But when we put them in an ensemble, the averaging of these models kind of allows us to pick these models that not necessarily be considered previously. We also recommended changes to the ensemble weighting criteria to better reflect the new sets of models. So with the addition of this dome-shaped selectivity in the survey model, we wanted to add a couple extra weighting criteria and take out those criteria that we had for those other models that were duplicated and not really necessary. So if we look at the results from all of these models, we're ranging from an ABC in 2021 of 42,000 tons up to a high of 122,000 tons, model 19.15, model 19.12. Look at the weighting of the models, the highest weight did go to the base model that we had selected last year. The second highest is being split between the dome-shaped selectivity model and model 19.12, which was the model selected by the SSC for management. We look at that total ensemble and the weighting of that ensemble, we end up with a max ADC of 94,000 tons, 552 for this selection. So looking at the plan team's recommendation for this year, it's actually a 10% decline from that what was projected for this year, a 41% decline from what was proposed last year in the OFL. And similarly, an 8% decline from what was projected from last year versus a 39% decline from the actual numbers. And what we're dealing with is this high amount of total catch in 2016 dropping 2019 and 2020 as the responding biomass decline. We do see that we went to a fairly high level in declining. Again, that's due to this low recruitment and the 2018 year class not being part of the responding biomass yet. And with that, I'm going to move on to other species unless there's questions. Here.
Thanks, Dr. Barbo. I don't see any.
Okay. Moving on, I'm going to talk about the flatfish. We had 9 species that we were considered. Yellowfin sole having a new model, but a fairly minor change in model where we're fitting M for males. There was some consideration of how that was going to be done in the model, but we did accept the author's recommendation, which was a small change from last year. ABC being 313,000 tons, OFL being 341,000 tons. Change of 13% increase of 13% from last year, and the ABC 11% from last year for the OFL. Only a 2% increase in ABC from last year. Last year's projection for 2021 is pretty close at 1% for the OFL. Greenland turbot, which I'll discuss a little bit more, but again, this is a slight model change. It was really a change in error that was found in the model, which made a bit of difference. Again, ABC was 7,000 tons, OFL at 8,000 tons. There was a 24% decrease from last year's projection, or last year's number, and a 14% reduction from what was projected for last year. Arrowtooth flounder, we're using the same model as well. Different author this year. We have 77,000 tons, ABC, 90,000 tons, OFL, 10% increase from last year in the ABC and OFL, an 8% increase from the ABC and OFL projected for this year, so minor changes. Kamchatka flounder, tier 3A, 8,000, 9,000 ton ABC, 10,000 ton OFL, again using the same model as last year, a 7% decrease from last year's ABC and OFL, and again, 7% decrease from what was projected. Northern rock sole, another one of our tier 1 species, same model. Oh no, we had a slight change in model this year in selectivity and also fitting the national mortality for the males. I went from, now we have 140,000 ton ABC, 145,000 ton OFL, 14% decrease in the ABC and OFL from last year, but a 43% decrease and a 42% decrease in the ABC and OFL from the projection from last year. So we're fleshing down the projection. I think there was also a typo in the table from last year, which accounts for some of this change. Flathead sole, again, the same model as last year. Very little change, 62.5 thousand tons, 55.8 thousand tons, 8% decrease in ABC and OFL from last year's ABC and OFL, a 12% decrease from the projection for 2021. Alaska Place is a partial assessment, so no real change in this model except for reprojecting for 2021, 2022. Again, very little change at all from last year, a little bit from the projection. There's 31,000 tons for the ABC, 38,000 tons for the OFL. And other flatfish, there was a slight change in estimate of M. This is a tier 5, so we did not have any new models for the biomass estimate. But we did get a 5% change in both the ABC and OFL from 17,000 tons ABC and 22,000 ton OFL. I was going to talk a little bit about the Greenland turbot. We have seen poor recruitment since 2009 for this stock, and it's a continuing assessment issue with the lack of slope surveys since the slope survey sees the adults for this species, and we're not really getting good tracking of those. But we do see this steep decline over a long time period. I just lost connection. I should be able to come back up here in a second. I'm sorry. That would be my internet. But, I just dropped 1 second.
Okay, no problem. We can hold on until you're ready to proceed.
What I can talk about is on Greenland turbot where we are. The spawning stock is dropping. I just lost connection. One second. There we go. And I hate when you have to. I think I'm still on. Oh, get my speakers. There we go. And I think we're back. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. So the big issue on this is that we do have a rising stock, spawning stock biomass as that 2009, 2010 year class is maturing. But since we don't see recruitment after that, we expect that to start dropping down again. Unfortunately, we don't have that slope survey to get a good idea of what the adult population is doing. They are looking at the longline survey as an alternative in this assessment, and hopefully we'll be able to get good estimates from that. Moving forward to rockfish, Pacific Ocean perch is using the same model as last year. Again, 37,000 ton ABC, 44,000 ton OFL. We have a decrease from 2020 where we have negative 22% drop in the ABC and 25% drop in OFL from last year. Similarly, a change from the 2020 projection of 21 and 22%. One of the issues in the stock assessment model is that the survey abundance is rising faster than the model is. You see the model doesn't particularly fit those last two data points very well. Northern rockfish was a partial this year. Again, no change except for the projection. We have 15% or 15,500 ton ABC, 18,000 ton OFL, 1% change from the 2020 ABC and OFL, and a 4% change from the ABC and OFL projected for 2021. I'm going to go into a little more detail with the black spotted rougheye, but it's split into two categories, the Aleutian Islands section and Eastern Bering Sea section. The Aleutian Islands portion of the stock is a Tier 3 stock, and it's at Tier 3B. ABC of 430 tons, OFL 509. This is a drop from last year, about 36% drop from last year's ABC and OFL, and a 50% drop in ABC and OFL from what was projected for 2021. The Eastern Bering Sea portion is Tier 5 based on the survey. The change was fairly large change, 53%, but that only made up 17%, 17-ton change in the ABC, 50 tons, and 67 tons in OFL. This large change was due to a change in M, so using the modeled M from the Aleutian Islands for the EBS made that large change. We didn't have a change in abundance estimate. Short raker rockfish, Tier 5, again, no change simply because we didn't have a survey. So 541 ABC, 722 ton OFL. And other rockfish, another Tier 5 group of species, there's one change in natural mortality for one of the components, making it a 2% change in the ABC and OFL for this stock. Going into more detail for the Aleutian Islands black-spotted rockfish, there was a change in this model. The model wasn't fitting the survey abundance very well in that it was expecting a very large increase in abundance where the survey was dropping. We do see a slight increase in this model. This is a new fit, but not quite as drastic as what the other model had been showing. And this is a change in weighting to a Francis method, which puts more weight on the survey index abundance and less on the age composition. We do see large amounts of high recruitment in the most recent years, slight drop off recently, but we do expect this stock to continue rising. what we see as far as the OFL and ABC, again, that large change was due to that model change for this year. One of the concerns that we do have, despite significant effort by the fishery, catches continue to exceed the MSSC in the Western Aleutian Island subregion. So we do have the maximum subarea species catch levels that are identified for this stock. And what we've seen the last 5 out of 6 years is that they have exceeded this MSSC, most recently as much as 300%. We discussed this quite a bit within the plan team, figuring out what would be the appropriate response to this exceedance. The industry has really worked hard to try to reduce their bycatch of the species. One of the things that they have done is the largest concern for the species is a decreasing abundance of the older fish. So they moved the fishery to shallower waters, which may have actually exacerbated the problem in that they're hitting a lot more smaller fish. We see this large increase. How well the MSSP is working, we really don't. We know that it's not being met. We don't know how much it has contributed to decreasing or increasing bycatch of the species. We don't have any sort of way of measuring that. The team requests guidance from the SSC and Council on how to reduce incidental catch in areas with disproportionate spatial exploitation, because the MSSC tool has not provided enough protection. We did talk about having area-specific ABCs, but we couldn't come to consensus as that being the solution, since making an ABC simply pushes the fish, once they attain that ABC, into the discard. Doesn't really put any large controls on stopping the fishery. The team recommended that the author assess, also the team recommended the author assess the depth distribution of the survey samples to evaluate trends by depth to help determine the risk, consideration, potential help, inform the industry on how to reduce incidental catch for this species. The Tier 5 assessment, basically with a change in 5 for the Eastern Bering Sea portion, you get that 53% change, simply by that change in, we look at 33 tons to 50 tons. So small change in numbers, but large change in percentage. Look at other species, which include Atkin mackerel, skates, sharks, and octopus. Atkin mackerel was 3B. We have the same model this year moving forward. We had 73,000 tons to ABC, 85,000 ton OFL, 5% change from last year's ABC and OFL, and a 14% change from projection of increase. Alaska skate 3A, not much change using the same model, 33,000 ton ABC, 38.6 thousand ton OFL, a 2% change from last year, 6% change from the projection from last year. Other skates is Tier 5, again, 8,000 ton ABC, 10,000 ton OFL, a drop of 11% in 2020, and for projection also 11%. No change in sharks or octopus because they are Tier 6. With 500 ton ABC for sharks, 600 ton OFL, no change. Octopus 3,500 ton ABC, 4,700 ton OFL. A little more detail about Atkin mackerel. Female spawning biomass in 2021 is at B37. So below B40, so we're Tier 3B, and due to below average recruitment since 2013. You see catch rising and dropping. We see this standard for this species seems to be these intermittent recruitments that then push the biomass up, but we have been on a downturn since 2013. And then you can see the spawning biomass kind of dropping down, but that has been consistent over time for this species. The one thing to talk about for octopus is that it is the highest catch in the time series, well below ABC, but it is the highest catch in the time series. This is potentially due to increase in pot fishery effort in the Aleutian Islands. So that concludes my presentation on Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Plan Team discussions. I do have other slides for more detail if the chair or the council wishes me to go into more detail for the species.
Okay, great. Thank you, Dr. Barbeau. Any members wish to go further? Okay. final questions for Dr. Barbeau? Right. Great, well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. McLean, I believe that takes care of everything we needed to for the staff presentation, and we're ready to move on to the SSC report.
No, actually, Mr. Chairman, if you've got a summary of the council actions, I can do that now or after the SSC report at your pleasure.
Okay, yeah, why don't we go ahead and do that now?
Very good. So, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Again, I'm Steve McLean. I am the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands Groundfish Plan Team Coordinator for the council. First, I'd like to thank Drs. Sidden, Dr. Ortiz, Dr. Iannelli, Dr. Barbeau for their presentations, and also like to thank Dr. Grant Thompson and the rest of the BSAI Groundfish Plan Team for their work to prepare that 2020 SAFE. We've now reviewed the 2020 ecosystem status reports for the Aleutian Islands and the Bering Sea, the Joint Plan Team report, and the BSAI Plan Team report. You previously heard of the AP report and will shortly receive the SSC report. Following the SSC report and public comment, your remaining actions include approving the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands groundfish stock assessment and fishery evaluation, the SAFE report, and recommending final BSAI groundfish harvest specifications for 2021 and 2022, including the overfishing level and acceptable biological catch for all stocks as recommended by the SSC, total allowable catch for all stocks taking into account the state waters Pacific cod fishery, annual ABC reserves for 3 flatfish species, prohibited species catch limits and season apportionment of Pacific halibut, red king crab, tana crab, papilio crab, and herring to target fishery categories, and the halibut discard mortality rates. During the Joint Plan Team report, you heard the Plan Team's recommendations for sablefish for OFL, ABC, and apportionment. The Plan Teams recommended that the SSC, AP, and Council identify the appropriate apportionment within bounds established by 2 apportionment methods. The AP and SSC have made their recommendations as you have seen. Dr. Diana Strand presented an overview of annual catch limits, accountability measures, and the Council's apportionment and spatial management strategies. The teams recommended that the Council consider application of the spatial management policy and host a Council workshop in 2021 to evaluate both fishing mortality rates by year associated with the different apportionment schemes and the management and socioeconomic considerations of alternative apportionment methods. The Council may wish to authorize such a workshop in 2021. The Plan Team's recommendations for final harvest specifications for 2021 and 2022 have been presented and are available in detail on the e-agenda in their minutes. Overall, the status of stocks in the BSAI continues to appear favorable. All stocks are above BMSY or B35. In setting tax for 2021 and 2022, the Council accounts for State of Alaska guideline harvest levels for groundfish fisheries in state waters. The GHLs in the AI are calculated at 39% of the AI ABC, or a maximum of 15 million pounds, which is 6,804 tons. For 2021, the GHL is 6,804 tons. For the BSAI, the GHL is 10% of the EBS Pacific cod ABC, an additional 45 tons for the Area O jig fishery. For 2021, the Bering Sea GHL is 10,018 tons. The resultant max tax for the EBS and AI are shown in Table 12. Council annually recommends an ABC reserve for flathead sole, rock sole, and yellowfin sole, which will be allocated to CDQ groups in the Amendment 80 Cooperative using the same formulas that are used in the annual specifications process. During the in-season manager report, INS provided a report on flash-based exchanges by the Amendment 80 Cooperative this year. The proposed ABC's tax and ABC surplus and ABC reserves are in Table 7 in the table's attachment. Prohibited species catch limits are established for halibut, crab, and herring during the specifications process. TSC limits are in Tables 8 through 11 in the table's attachment. At the October 2020 meeting, the SSC recommended a different model for C. apilio than was recommended by the crab Plan Team. After that meeting, the assessment officer recalculated the Bering Sea C. apilio biomass Using the model recommended by the SSC, the new survey abundance is 6.48 billion crab, and the resultant PSC limit is 7,191,840 crab. Regulations allow the council to recommend amendments of proportion of red king crab PSC for the red king crab saving subarea lower than 25% of the total red king crab PSC. Since 2008, the PSC limit has been set at the maximum limit of 25% of the red king crab PSC limit. However, the total PSC from the red king crab saving subarea has been substantially lower. The council could set the limit for the red king crab saving subarea lower than 25% of the total. An overall herring PSC limit is established as 1% of the EBS herring biomass. Herring PSC limits for 2021 are attached as Table 9 of the agenda and based on the most current biomass estimates from the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. The overall halibut PSC limit for trawl fisheries is fixed under BSAI Groundfish FMP Amendment 11 at 2,805 tons, which is apportioned as 1.745 to Amendment 80, 745 to trawl limited access, and 315 to CDQ. Within the trawl limited access sector, the council recommends apportionments of the halibut PSC limit to the trawl fishery categories. An additional reduction of 5% would occur if PSC limits are transferred from the BSAI TLAS to the Amendment 80 sector during the fishing year. The 710-ton gnawed trawl halibut mortality limit, which is established in the FMP, can be apportioned by fishery categories. The halibut PSC limit for the hook and line Pacific cod fishery is divided between the hook and line CP and CV sectors. The council can provide varying amounts of the halibut PSC by season to each sector based on factors included in your action memo. Finally, the halibut discard mortality rates for use in the BSAI for 2021 and 22 are shown in Table 12 in the BSAI tables attached to the agenda. Thank you, and thanks again for all the PT plan team authors and stock assessment authors for their work.
Great, thank you, McLean. Is there any questions from council members on the action before us? All right, thanks again, Mr. McLean, and to all the presenters on the staff presentation. Okay, sorry, Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I was a little late there. I do have a question, and I was trying to find it in the actual minutes, but while Mr. McLean's here, the recommendation for the potential recommendation or for a workshop. I'm struggling with, because I had sort of lost track of the details of the spatial management policy and what step we might be in. Was that workshop recommendation for specific species, or was it more general to deal with some specific issues related to spatial management? Can you please remind me, Mr. McLean?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker. The recommendation from the plan team was raised during the sablefish discussion. However, it was noted that I guess it's level 2, step 2 of the spatial management plan would potentially be applicable to other species. As noted before, it has been applied for black-spotted rough-eye rockfish. However, it was not a council meeting, as Dr. Stram identified during her presentation. But for this recommendation, it was made during the sablefish discussion that a workshop might be useful in order to identify apportionment methods that could be applied.
Okay, thank you. And I think Dr. Stram covered this in her presentation, so I'll understand if maybe there isn't an answer for this question right now. But I believe Dr. Stram said the black-spotted rough-eye workshop a few years ago, sort of in conjunction with the spatial management policy, is sort of the first time that policy has been invoked by this council. And so Is that correct? And if so, that is the only sort of workshop of this type that we've had was for black spotted rough-eye rockfish. Is that correct?
Well, I see that Dr. Strand does have her hand raised and is on the phone, so I would defer to her to answer that if you would permit me.
Dr. Strand.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, yes, that's correct. I think Mr. McLean might have misspoke. The black spotted rough-eye was a council workshop. When I was indicating what was not a council workshop, it was the spatial apportionment MSD workshop that was undergone for sablefish last spring. That is the one that was hosted by Oxay Lab. When we invoked this before, the council hosted a workshop for black spotted rough-eye at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center in 2016.
And just one follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Dr. Stram. And so thank you for that. And so the recommendation or the discussion in the joint plan team minutes about the potential workshop in the sablefish section of the joint plan team minutes was for a council workshop of the type that you described took place for black spotted rough-eye rockfish previously, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, that's correct. The workshop that the plan teams discussed was broadened slightly from just the sablefish discussion after the fact because of the discussions that came up under black spotted rough-eye. So the nature of the team's recommendations, while it began with a recommendation to address sablefish, the teams also talked about, the Bering Sea team talked about the black spotted rough-eye issue, and then the teams discussed these broader workshop questions, basically looking at different applications of the spatial management policy and what the purpose of moving to such a step would be, and that maybe it would be on a broader level than just a species-specific one, given concerns with the efficacy of the previous measures.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks very much, Dr. Strand.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any further questions before we move to the SSC report? Okay, great. Thanks again, staff. All right, so that will bring us to our SSC report, and we'll have Dr. Ann Hollowood, SSC co-chair, give us the SSC report. Council members, are minutes and this PowerPoint are posted under B9, and I'd like to remind the public that the cutoff time to sign up to testify is at the conclusion of this SSC report. Dr. Hollowood. Good afternoon.
Mr. Chairman and members of the council, my name is Ann Hollowood, and I'm here on behalf of the SSC to give our rundown of our minutes for the joint plan team and Bering Sea and Aleutian Island harvest.
Dr. Hollowood, you're coming in just a little faintly. I don't know if you can get a little closer.
I'll move it closer. Is this better?
Yes, much better. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. So before I start, we are two of our members are stepping down from the SSC this year, Dr. Gordon Cruz and Dr. Kate Reedy, and the SSC wants to recognize their many years of service. And as you know, Dr. Gordon Cruz won the very first Terry Quinn award last year. Their service has been invaluable to all of us, and we are very grateful for everything they've done for us, and we certainly wish them well in their pursuits in the future. The SSC also wanted to recognize the passing of Dr. Richard Marasco in August of 2020. As many of you know, Dr. Marasco served on the SSC for an extended period of time, and he served as both vice chair and chair during that time, and he oversaw some of the major developments of the Observer program, the completion of the FMPs and introduction of the Magnuson-Stevens Act provisions within the FMPs. And so the SSC extends our sympathy to the family and our gratitude for his service on the SSC. And finally, as was expressed by Dr. McLean just recently, the SSC wants to express our appreciation to the agency, the council staff, the members of the public, the fishing fleet itself, for all of the efforts that were made to bring us to the point where we are able to complete our harvest specifications this year. It was an extremely challenging year, and the SSC really recognizes that it took a very large family in order for all of us to get the information we needed to place us at this point of making a decision. And I'm going to start with a few general comments of the SSC. I will start with the topic of the spatial management that was brought up by the plan teams. We certainly, as an SSC, certainly recognize our role within the spatial management policy of identifying and bringing to the council's attention circumstances where potential conservation concerns require additional spatial management. And we certainly will help in any way in terms of bringing that forward, and certainly participate in any workshops thereof. You'll see in our minutes some of our thoughts on both sablefish and black-spotted and rough-eye. We in particular feel that the black-spotted and rough-eye situation is a biological conservation concern now. The maximum sub-area species catch has not proven to deter catches in the Western Aleutian, and so we recommend that if the council does move forward with looking at a spatial management work, reconstituting that working group or workshop, we think that it would be useful to develop a white paper prior to that provides, updates the information that we had available to us when we had the previous workshop, in order to gather the relevant scientific information and any new developments that have occurred since then that might help with this. In terms of sablefish, the SSC notes that the information that we have currently indicates that there's considerable movement of sablefish among the management areas, and that there's no expected biological concerns as long as the ABC apportionment doesn't differ radically from the underlying survey distribution. And thus, the SSC is not asking for a specific action for sablefish. We certainly will participate, but unlike the situation that we have with black-spotted and rough-eye, the situation with sablefish is a little different, that they are a much more mobile species, and so the probability of localized depletion is less unless the ABC apportionment strategy differs dramatically from this underlying survey distribution. Maybe I'll stop there and see if there's any questions before I go on.
Kimball.
Hey, Nicole, Dr. Kimball?
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Holloway. On the previous slide, I believe, where you had both, there you go. I was wondering if you could elaborate on the recommendation for a workshop on the black-spotted rough-eye rockfish issue. It's really clear you're making a distinction that there is a biological conservation concern, but is the purpose of the workshop to explore management responses to that concern, or is it something else? Thank you.
Yeah, sorry if I wasn't clear. The idea would be that there would be a science and industry type of workshops, perhaps similar to the workshop that we previously had for sablefish, where specific science issues are gathered and a white paper is put together that would update the current information on spatial distribution of the catch, anything, new developments regarding genetics, any new information regarding spatial distribution of the fishery and the survey, any new information regarding age patterns and distribution at age, so that all of that information, and in addition, perhaps potential gear strategies. We heard in public comment that there are perhaps some excluder developments that could be relevant here, as well as some research that's ongoing through the universities looking at untrawlable grounds. And so the thought was that if the council wanted to have stage 2 management-oriented meeting, that it would be helpful to, prior to that, get together compile as much scientific information as we can gather, so that all of that information is readily available to you in a white paper, so that the management decisions then could be hopefully expedited based on the science that we can bring forward.
Thank you, Dr. Holloway. And just quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. So that summary of all the information, scientific information, biological information, distribution of the survey, that's not currently being compiled or used by the stock assessment author?
It certainly is, to the extent that as you can review some of that in the SAFE report, but the idea would be to take a deeper dive. For example, in the SAFE report, you don't see a distinction of where the smaller black-spotted and rough-eye are. You don't see, versus the larger black-spotted and rough-eye. And so, doing some careful looks at distribution, particularly around cut points and where the area partitions are, those sorts of things. And then also to bring forward any new information. There's ongoing research on the genetics of both species, and so having an update on that is not, the information in the current SAFE report doesn't reflect it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kendall. Dr. Baltiger.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Holloway, for that. So you're suggesting, I believe, a workshop to bring all of this new science together. It's a deep dive or whatever you call it. So anecdotally, haven't seen it at the council meeting. I've been hearing people think that sablefish migrations have changed fairly dramatically, such that maybe because of different oceanography in the Gulf of Alaska, and so the fish don't seem to be leaving the Bering Sea. This is a speculation, and I'm not saying it's a fact, but would there be information for any workshop to look at that particular idea? I'm not sure where that kind of information would be already gathered that you could use, but do you think it would be?
As I said on the second slide, the urgency for this is not as severe for sablefish as it is for black-spotted and rough-eye, in that we do think they're quite mobile. Sablefish are quite mobile. Certainly that kind of information as it moves forward would certainly be useful should the council decide to have a stage 2 type workshop on sablefish management. There also is some ongoing, and you'll see in our minutes, there's some ongoing genetics research happening at the Ock Bay Lab focused on sablefish. So depending on when the council had the stage 2 spatial management policy workshop, I'm not sure when the genetics research on sablefish will be completed. So you can see our thinking was that we should certainly get the white paper put together prior to a stage 2 spatial management review for black spotted rougheye, and if certainly we could also try and look at something like that, although you'll see in our minutes our sablefish minutes didn't call for that specific activity at this point.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Hollywood. I had noticed that, and so I'm inappropriately asking a question beyond what the SSC recommended. So I appreciate the answer. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Balser. Mr. Clay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Hollywood. So with the black spotted rougheye conclusion of the SSC, that a biological conservation concern exists, even though the SSC has flagged that previously, it still seems to me that this is sort of, for the SSC at least, crossing a threshold in terms of calling for a new process. And I'm wondering if in the SSC's mind, at least, there's some kind of timetable for this process.
Thank you, Mr. Twide, and through the chair. The SSC did not discuss a timetable, other than we did recognize that maximum sub-area species catch limit. We do recommend that we continue to keep that in place, and we recognize that industry has been cognizant of it and trying to avoid these species, although it just hasn't had the desired result yet. And so that is really what we're talking about, going back and looking at it again with our eye towards science and trying to resolve really any updates in the science that we had since the last time we met.
Thank you.
Dr. Hollywood, I don't see any additional questions if you'd like to continue.
Okay. All right. So in addition, the SSC has some general comments regarding vector autoregressive spatial temporal modeling, and there are several stock assessments, particularly those in the Gulf of Alaska, but they're also being used in the Bering Sea, for example, for cod, where those are beginning to be used as an alternative to the design-based biomass estimates from the survey. And our general comments were threefold. First, that we felt that a standardized documentation of how these were parameterized, and in particular the diagnostics and model fits associated with these models, should be included in the assessments where they're brought forward. We also caution against jumping to a standardized modeling approach where it's sort of a one-size-fits-all parameterization of the VAST models. We feel that the users of this type of alternative to a design-based biomass estimate for the trawl surveys should be somewhat species-specific. And it may be that many species can be, over time as we look at it, will have common parameters, but at this point we think that there should be carefully looks at the spatial distribution within the survey observations themselves in terms of how patchy the species is and other characteristics. And then finally, we recognize that in some assessments where these are used, and this is particularly in the Gulf of Alaska, although they use the model-based biomass estimates in the assessment, they retreated to using a random effects model for the spatial area apportionments. And the thought was that perhaps the author should explore the possibility of using the VAS models as an alternative to the random effects to come up with the area apportionments. And those were our 3 comments there. Any questions on that one? Okay, so I'll jump into the joint plan team report. As I mentioned earlier, we certainly appreciate all of the work that went into this report. In particular, we appreciate the efforts of the groundfish plan teams in developing and applying the risk assessment methods. And we do feel that these risk tables have been effective at improving the transparency of the different sources of uncertainty in the assessments. We also feel that we've achieved our goal in asking the author, the SSC has achieved its goal in requesting that multiple authors fill out those tables so that we could look at a range of different vulnerabilities, both to the environment in terms of the different types of population dynamics uncertainties and different types of modeling uncertainties, as well as different fishery performance efforts. And so we think now we have enough information such that the next step in this would be to step back and look at whether or not there is some improvement that could be made in terms of scoring consistency across different risk levels and stocks. And so we are recommending that we use the time that we typically devote to a workshop at our February meeting and devote that to looking at the risk table process and its consistency at our February 21 SSC meeting. And so we're hopeful that we'll have time to do that. Of course, we need to look at the schedule. Everything takes a little longer in a virtual world. And so, but that would be an ideal time for us to take a look at that, especially with the authors and some of the members of the plan teams. Any questions on that one? Okay, I will keep going. Okay, I will keep going. We also received a comment from the from the groundfish plan teams that requested that the SSC should clarify how community information should be presented in a stock-specific manner in the ESPs, or if it should be better placed in the broader context of changes being experienced by communities. And the SSC, if you look at ours, we provide specific comments under the different ESPs as they are taken up under the different species. We do have one general comment for the authors and overall, and that we do feel that it would be useful in terms of the socioeconomic part of the ecosystem, socioeconomic profiles, that the issues of engagement in the fishery and dependency on the fishery are treated separately, so that one can track both pieces. And so that was our one comment there. Okay, then launching into the harvest specifications, as you heard, we received a report on Grenadier. This is, as you know, it's managed as an ecosystem component of the FNP. We received this report as a effort to make sure that we're monitoring the catch and abundance trends of this group in terms of making sure that it can continue to safely be managed as an ecosystem component. In the report, they updated the data, the catch data and the biomass. The biomass has decreased, and however, it's important to recognize that the catches are well below an unofficial ABC, and the authors provide that in the document as was discussed by Dr. Barbeau. And we support the unofficial OFL and ABC values recommended by the author and the plan team, and we recognize that these are not used for management but are for monitoring purposes only. And we suggest that this stock can continue to be managed in an ecosystem component. Our next joint plan team topic is sablefish. As was noted by Dr. Barbeau, this was a full assessment, and the efforts by the Auk Bay Lab to complete the longline survey for this species was really excellent, and so we did have a full component of information for the sablefish stock assessment. The 2020 longline survey showed an increase from 2019, and fisheries catch rates were up. Despite these trends, as was discussed by Dr. Iannelli when he was presenting the joint plan team minutes, there are some underlying uncertainties. As you know, the retrospective and trends showed a poor pattern where we also had the recent year classes continued to be overestimated, and so as each new assessment comes forward, those are re-estimated as being lower than they were in the previous assessment. In addition, the report reflects that year classes may be maturing more slowly than expected, and there's an indication of reduced size at age and condition factors. And so with all of those in mind, the authors did assign elevated risk to several of the categories. The SSC agrees with the joint plan team to use Model 16.5 as the basis for the 2021-2022 projections. This model places the stock in Tier 3A. It's now projected to be at B 42%, so slightly above the B40. The SSC did not accept the joint plan team's recommendation for rolling over the ABC. And we suggested that we continue to use the 25% stair step that we used last year. And of course, we recognize that we're balancing the positive trends of good evidence of good year classes coming into the population. The 2014 and 2016 year classes are now pretty solidly in the strong category. The likelihood of that they would be average or below average is quite low according to the assessment. The 2017 year class is a little too early to tell. However, as was noted in the assessment post, in terms of its treatment of alternative data weighting, which suggested that the overall biomass might be lower, and in terms of its uncertainty, in terms of its retrospective performance, we felt that we agreed with the plan teams that caution was, and the author, that caution was a prudent way to go in this year. And so our recommended ABC is higher than the joint plan team's recommendation. Our stair step places us at a 2021 ABC of 29,588 tons. That includes the whale depredation estimate. We got these from the author. And despite the fact that this is higher than the joint plan team's recommendation, it still represents a 44% buffer between the maximum permissible ABC and what we're looking at. So this is a very precautionary ABC. We also went forward with the overall OFL of 60,426 tons. We had some comments on the sablefish assessment. We recognize that sablefish are showing high rates of movement among the areas and which provides some flexibility in apportionment methods. And so we recognize that there is some flexibility for the council in terms of looking at the long-term conservation of the resource, which, as I mentioned in my earlier statements, and trying to look at how the catch is allocated. And we did review the various options for looking at alternative area apportionments. We agree with the author that moving away from the fixed apportionment strategy is a prudent way to go, in that that apportionment strategy no longer really follows the underlying survey distribution, and therefore, however, we recognize that going to the 5-year average, recommended 5-year average apportionment would represent a quite large change in some of the areas. For example, a 79% increase in the apportionment to the Aleutian Islands and a 35% decrease in East Yakutat Southeast. And based on that, given the mobility of the stock, we suggested that a 25% stair step from the fixed method toward the 5-year average would be a useful way to go. And so that was our recommendation for the area apportionment. We also had some suggestions in terms of guidance that would help us, and perhaps this would come from the spatial management step 2, but we are looking for other pieces of information that might be added to the discussion of apportionment, such that future specification in 22 and beyond can be evaluated against the objectives of maintaining the apportionment such that it looks like, so it matches the underlying survey distribution, and we have some consistency in the overall exploitation rates under those apportionment methods. So having some guidance on what other pieces of information the council might be interested in looking at might help us to evaluate those against the conservation concerns of maintaining the catch relative to the survey distribution and maintaining relatively even exploitation rates. And we do caution against an apportionment method that would differ appreciably from the survey distribution, as these could lead to future problems and biological concerns in the future. And maybe I'll stop there. That's the end of our comments regarding sablefish.
Thank you, Dr. Holliday. Any questions before we move on? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a question on these last couple slides, Dr. Holloway did. And in the suggestion that the council provide additional guidance to the analyst, who I assume is the stock assessment author in this case. And I'm wondering, in combination with the possibility, I know it's not an SSC recommendation, but the possibility of a workshop, is it untenable, I suppose, for the plan team, for the SSC, to continue to suggest a range that in the future that accommodates this potential movement? So guidance that we're moving toward the surveyed distributions at a range of kind of where we've been in the past to where we'd want to go, and then allowing our public comment process in this council to help us determine those socioeconomic considerations for tax setting. Is that another opportunity as opposed to a workshop?
Through the chair and Ms. Kimball, thank you for the question. It's an excellent one. And the SSC didn't entertain the idea of dealing with a range. I think our thinking was that if we could establish a suite of proposed alternative apportionment options, that then there would be some science involved to try and evaluate the efficacy of those relative to, as I say in this slide, the overall goals of maintaining the apportionment consistent with the underlying survey biomass and maintaining some sort of balance in the area-specific fishing mortality rates. And that was the direction the SSC went. The range was really something that the plan teams brought up, and the SSC didn't take that one on.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions for Dr. Holland before we move on?
Okay.
Dr. Holland.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. These are just, I didn't realize I haven't memorized my slides. I'm sorry. We just finished these yesterday. These are some just general comments regarding sablefish that we would like to the author to take a look at. During the discussion with Dr. Iannelli and of the sablefish assessment, it became clear that there were some considerations about the importance of maintaining diversity in the age composition, and in particular, the potential importance of maintaining a older population of spawners in the overall population dynamics and age composition of the stock. And so we're asking the author to actually look at whether or not the current harvest control rule is working for sablefish, and if there's some alternative that the author might bring forward that might accomplish those objectives. We also are looking at providing yield associated with an F40 for a range of apportionment methods, and I just mentioned that this would be something that the author could look at as potentially to provide information for the council. In addition, I mentioned in my earlier comments that there's ongoing genetic work on stock structure for sablefish, and this, of course, as we revisit stock structure, any new information would be welcome on this. And we also recommend that the author takes a careful look at conducting field studies to understand maturity and skip spawning as well as maternal effects. Maternal effects here would be that the quality of the eggs of older spawners is actually, they impart more energy to the young, and so you would have more successful hatching and larval survival under that situation. So conducting the research to actually back up that hypothesis would be quite useful if we are going to move in that direction. In terms of the ESP, as I mentioned earlier, inclusion of the use by coastal communities would be quite useful in the ESP. And we are looking at a range of, both the plan teams and the SSC provide a range of technical improvements to both selectivity, natural mortality, data weighting, and other aspects of the model that both the author himself and the JPT and the SSC included in our minutes. And finally, the SSC recommends that we continue to look at the transboundary effects. There is a Pacific sablefish transboundary assessment team that has been meeting with the folks from Canada and the West Coast to establish the overall stock structure on a much broader basis, and we encourage that that research continues to occur as it would certainly affects our thinking in terms of our resources off of Alaska.
Dr. Holloway, Mr. Down has a question.
Yes, through the chair, Mr. Downs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Holloway. On the, I'm just curious on the stock structure genetics work that we need some further work on. I know there's been some done, but I'm just wondering what our expectations on that might be. Of course, this is I don't need to tell you how important that would be to helping people sort out. You've seen many of the public comments on the issues that arise from disagreements and how that stock might be structured. So I'm just recalling back to when we had this same kind of urgency in the Northern Bering Sea with Pacific cod, and we were able to, through the great work of Ingrid Spies, get some work with industry. We got samples. We got it went pretty fast. Seems like we asked for this Pacific cod, and a year later we had some great information on stock structure and cod. But I'm just wondering what the expectations might be under all of the current constraints, financial and priorities and that kind of thing, when we might expect this. I think this will be a very informative piece of information for the council. Yes,
through the chair, Mr. Downs, we certainly agree with you on that. We didn't have a specific timeline, although I am aware that they have some samples in hand already and are working on them, but I don't know when the reports will be available.
Yeah, I guess I'll go ahead and ask this, Mr. Chairman, that the samples I'm guessing are from this year's sablefish survey, which did not survey in the Bering Sea, which would be important. Is that something that industry can help with in any way, or is that something you'll have to wait for samples until the survey is in the Bering Sea next year?
The SSC, through the chair, Mr. Downs, the SSC didn't specifically get into those details, although from my conversations with Dr. Spies, I'm aware that the key issue is gathering the samples during the spawning period, and so they were able to get some samples actually through bird diets that during the time when spawning was taking place. And so they do have those samples at the appropriate time and space. What I cannot answer is whether or not those samples were collected and where exactly they were collected. But certainly that kind of information could be perhaps gathered and provided to the council so that they would be aware of what might be brought forward.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Holloway. I should probably have kept my question just to the SSC report, and I think I asked you a question there that was really with your position at Alaska Fisheries Science Center. I apologize for that. I'll get the SSC question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Right, on to ecosystem status report, Dr. Holloway.
Yes, and so again, as was stated by the authors as they presented it, the SSC does very much recognize that there were a large number of individuals that provided information for this, and so we are quite appreciative of the extraordinary efforts that were brought forward given the circumstances of 2020. We do support continued coordination between the ESP and ESR teams. The SSC has specifically asked for this to distinguish between indicators that represent the ecosystem versus those that are more stock specific. And it dropped off, so I can't see my slide. Okay, I'm back out. The SSC also encourages continued refinement of the marine heat wave in terms of ensuring, looking more specifically at thermal tolerances of different species and looking at when the heat level might exceed the tolerances of different species might be useful. Our general comments will also support the development of the in-brief story maps. They are an efficient and clear way of communicating the main ecosystem patterns to stakeholders in the public, and we think they are really great, and we will continue to discuss those in February when we take up the overall economic safe. The SSC requests that future discussions of time trends in excess of value include both trends in price and trends in landing. And you saw that figure that, excuse me?
I'm sorry, Dr. Holloway. I think a member of the public may have their phone not on mute, and that's causing some feedback. So everybody who's not speaking, please keep your phone on mute, and that'll minimize the disruptions. Please continue, Dr. Holloway.
Yes, thank you. I'll continue through the chair. And so we felt that partitioning out the overall, the different pieces of the economics was quite useful. In terms of the Aleutian Islands ESR, we focused on the key findings of the harmful algal blooms. We certainly encourage an examination of the vulnerability of the region, and we suggest that they focus on determining the risk to fish processing, and if the toxins become sufficiently concentrated, it would be useful to have that kind of risk assessment. In terms of the closing of the seafood plant in ADAC, our minutes will reflect that we recognize that loss of a processing plant provides somewhat of a safety hazard in the sense that it's a remote location which provided an opportunity to come into port for repairs or refueling, and also if there is some sort of emergency at sea. And so we just bring that to the council's attention. And in addition, the SSC noted that the groundfish condition in the Aleutian Islands continues to decline, especially in the western Aleutian Islands region. And we recommend that there might be a more holistic look at
Dr. Holloway, do we still have you? Okay, yeah, I am.
Sorry, my phone dropped off. I apologize.
Oh.
Usually.
All right. Okay, thank you, Dr. Holloway.
Okay, in terms of the Eastern Bering Sea ecosystem report, we focused on the high, as was done in the report itself, on the high prohibited species catch of herring, and we support the author's recommendation for research into the mechanisms causing this, including genetic analyses to determine the stocks of origin. We also focused on the issues of marine debris and looking at the origin, to the extent that it's possible, looking at the origin of that debris and whether or not there's been a shift in current that might underlie its the events that we saw in this year. In addition, we have one recommendation that the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council might want to collaborate with the United States and international agencies to determine what is the origin of the debris and to work toward eliminating this in the future. There are organizations that could be helpful to work with in terms of that. We also were quite excited about seeing the ROMS hindcast for 2020. We felt that this was an excellent source of information, both for the corrosive conditions that were represented by that model output, as well as the ocean temperature results from it. And we encourage that we continue to use those models into the future to both as a skill testing and as their ability to address this corrosive conditions issue. In terms of we also focused on the issue of the gray whales that have died along the west coast of North America and throughout their range. We recognize that the report identified that the deaths were apparently occurred during the return migration, and that the 2019 events may reflect feeding conditions of 2018 in the Bering Sea, and the 2019 unusual mortality event may also reflect that the population is approaching the carrying capacity. And so our recommendation in terms of having received that information was that it might be useful to explore the possibility of doing a survey of the amphipod beds in the northern Bering Sea and southern Chukchi to provide more information on the current condition of food availability compared to the surveys that were conducted in the 70s and 80s. That's the end of my discussion on the ESR. Are there any follow-ups on that one?
Like Mr. Twite has a question.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Holloway. The SSC's recommendation regarding marine debris, did the SSC have a sense of what kind of role the council would play in follow-through? I sort of struggling with that. Understanding obviously it's of interest and concern, but is there something in our authorities under Magnuson, or is this more working with something like the Marine Forums to do that? I'm just interested in what mechanisms the SSC was thinking about there.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, the SSC didn't go into a deep dive there. They did recognize that there are organizations that are providing information, and so the minutes reflect that it could be prudent to at least explore what information can be made available from these larger organizations looking at marine debris and how they might inform the information that we have. And also in our minutes, you'll see that we were looking at the thresholds for when, or the ESR was looking at thresholds for when this marine debris might affect consumption by some of the living organisms in the Bering Sea, as well, and northern Bering Sea and Chukchi, and as well as fouling of gear. And so I think that those sorts of places might be where the North Pacific Fishery Management Council might find interest in reaching out to these other organizations.
And thank you. And this is where my lack of expertise on essential fish habitat probably is glaring. But was there any EFH connection discussed, or was it just the general discussion that you relayed?
So through the chair, Mr. Twite, it was more of a general discussion. We did not get into the details of it. With the time that we had to receive the report and read through it, we couldn't have an extensive discussion.
Thank you.
Hey, Dr. Holloway, I don't see any more questions.
Okay, so I'll move now into the BSAI planting report, and the SSC highlights, as did the Bering Sea planting, that the lack of Bering Sea trawl fisheries in 2020 and the lack of slope surveys in general likely increased the uncertainty in biomass of several stocks, and it's just a concern that we share with the groundfish plantings. Stocks that rely on biennial survey data based on the work that Dr. Megan Bryan did earlier, and we saw that in October, indicated that those stocks would be more impacted by a loss of one survey than those on annual cycles. And so we're just raising the awareness that the impact of the loss of surveys in 2020 may be particularly impacting the stocks in the Aleutian Islands. And we emphasize the importance, continue to emphasize the importance of these surveys while recognizing that we did go through a survey prioritization recommendations in October, and we recognize the importance of continuing to add the Northern Bering Sea to the survey suite. And but all of these surveys are certainly important for appropriate management of our stocks. Overall, as you heard, the SSC finds that no Bering Sea Aleutian Island stocks were subject to overfishing in 2020, and no Bering Sea Aleutian Island stocks with reliable biomass reference points, all tier 3 and above, were not overfished or approaching an overfish condition. And there was only one stock in the BSAI groundfish planting where we disagreed with the planting. So in general, we were in agreement with them, and this was in the case of the Bering Sea, and I'll give you some details on that when I get to it. So as I've mentioned, we took up the Eastern Bering Sea pollock assessment. This was a full assessment in 2020. Of particular interest in terms of the new information that was provided, the SSC was quite supportive of the unmanned surface vehicle, the sail drone that was deployed in the Bering Sea to collect acoustic information. The work that Dr. DeVerbertis and Dr. Iannelli did in terms of rapidly being able to uptake that information into the stock assessment was really quite remarkable. And we, here where we're saying supports inclusion into the future, what we're getting at is that data point, that we don't feel like it needs to be treated as a separate data point that with an asterisk on it. The projected 2021 spawning biomass is above BMSY and above B40, and the stock, we recommend that it's continued to be managed as a Tier 1 stock, but we recognize that because of precautions, we recommend that the ABC is set based on the Tier 3 calculation. So we agreed with the plan team and the author on using Model 20A. 20A is the model that included the unmanned surface vehicle acoustic biomass estimates into the assessment. The SSC recommends the 30% reduction from the max ABC under Tier 1 using the Tier 3 harvest control rule, and so the ABC is 1.26 million tons and the OFL is 2.594 million tons. The SSC felt that this, agreed with the plan team and the author that this reduction from the maximum ABC was warranted, and what highlighted our agreement with that recommendation was the low fishery catch rates in the bee season, as you saw from Dr. Barbeau's presentation, as well as the lower average condition of pollock in 2020. And the other piece of it was the author's continued concerns over the reliability of the stock-recruit relationship. And the author did an excellent job of looking carefully in response to our comments in terms of looking at the stock-recruit relationship, but as you can imagine, there is still some scattered around that point, and so we continue to encourage the author to look at that. We appreciate the author's inclusion of a clear description of the stock structure and the specification and fit of the VAS models, and we think that might, as you remember, I mentioned that the SSC had some comments overall about diagnostics for VAS, folks that use VAS models as an alternative to the design-based estimators for survey biomass, and this is highlighted as an example that others might follow. In terms of recommendations for the future, the SSC recommends exploring the young of the year pollock density and quality estimates from the basis survey to inform future recruitment. We suggest that consideration of the observed sensitivity to the stock recruit relationship prior to specification could constitute an increased risk level, as I mentioned on the previous slide. And so we asked the author to look at that. A retrospective comparison of the selectivity assumed in the projections and those estimated in the assessment itself, we asked the author to take a careful look at that. There was a large change in the 2021 OFL between 19 and 20, and taking a careful look at the role of selectivity in that change is a request of the SSC. And then finally, we request that the authors explore within season spatial variation in fishery and length composition to assess whether or not there are areas of particularly good feeding and others where there perhaps are not. And I think that is the end of my, I can go ahead, through the chair, I could go ahead and finish out Aleutian Islands, Pollock, and Boguslav and take them all at once. Would that be a good point?
Sounds good, Dr. Holwood. Please continue.
So, as you heard, we received the Aleutian Islands Pollock assessment. We did have updated information on catch, and but we had no new bottom trawl survey. The SSC supported the author and the plan team recommendation to continue using model 15.1, which suggests that the spawning biomass may be increasing, but the stock remains far below its historical peaks. The SSC supports the use of the maximum permissible ABC, based on the stock being classified in Tier 3A. This would give a 2021 OFL of 61,856 tons and an ABC of 51,241 tons. And the SSC recommends further investigation into aging error, genetic analyses, recruitment variability, and the time periods over which the reference points should be calculated. And but in general, we follow the recommendations of the author and the plan teams. In terms of Boguslav's pollock, as you heard, this stock is managed as a Tier 5 age-structured model for this stock, and an age-structured model is managed as Tier 5, but it has an age-structured model. There is new information from the winter 2020 acoustic survey, and the stock has been subjected to very low levels of fishing mortality, in 2020, despite being low, that should be since 1992, I think, and despite this low level of fishing mortality, the survey was down considerably from previous, and albeit that the SSC still recommends ABC and OFL in 2021 for this stock. That is a reduction from our previous estimates. So the new OFL is 113,479 tons and an ABC of 85,109 tons. And so I'll stop there if there's questions on pollock.
Doesn't look like any questions are coming up, Dr. Holwood.
Through the chair, I'll continue then. All right. So the SSC received a new stock assessment for Pacific cod, and the author left really no stone unturned in this one. He looked at a variety of different modeling options regarding how he treated catchability, survey catchability, how he treated survey selectivity, how he treated the northern Bering Sea, and how he also introduced some models using CPUE. And no 2020 surveys were available, as everyone knows, but new age data was added to the assessment. The three ensembles that were explored by the author included the 4 models that were recommended by the SSC in October, and 3 new models that explored fishery CPE and selectivity, and then a union of those, which were this ensemble model AB. And there were weighting criteria provided to reflect the new modeling criteria. The authors recommended ensemble AB, and the rationale for this was that fisheries CPE data showed continued increase in catch trends. We noted that the planting disagreed with this choice because of the preliminary use of CPE indices and not really having an ability to fully vet them. The plan team selected a new set of ensembles, as I mentioned on the previous slide, this ensemble C, and it came up with a revised weighting scheme. The SSC disagreed with the author and the plan team recommendations and chose a single model. And the model that we picked was a variation of the model that was brought forward in 2019 by the SSC, model 19.12. And this one differed from the previous model in that the previous model had time-varying catchability, and this one does not. And we selected this model on the basis of model parsimony, as well as we weren't sure whether or not the model that allowed time-varying survey catchability was overfitting the survey data. The ABC coming out of that and OFLs for 2021 and 2022 are noted here. These are similar. These are slightly above the author recommended ensemble AB. It should be noted, as I mentioned last time when we brought this forward in 2019, that this stock is projected to continue to decline, and it has declined substantially already from the ABCs that we had in 2020, and they will continue to decline into 2022. We want to make sure that the author and the plan teams recognize that we understand that the SSC requested ensemble modeling and is in general supportive of it. Our rationale here is that adopting the ensemble right before a CIE review that is slated to occur in 2021 is probably premature, and our rationale is that all of this good work on ensemble modeling will get a thorough review, independent review in 2021, and so our thinking is to delay our adoption of the ensemble until that point. The author did fill out the risk tables and had a category 1 for all categories except ecosystem, which was elevated because of the marine heat wave entry. The authors believed that there were less overall concerns than last year, and we agreed with the authors that spawning appears to be occurring in the northern Bering Sea with the evidence of small fish in that region, and that there is evidence through the age composition data that's added that looks like the 2018 year class is present in the population, albeit that it hasn't entered into the spawning population yet. So the SSC agreed with the authors and the plan teams that a reduction from the maximum ABC was not warranted for this year. And the SSC recommended that that the planting recommendations for the CIE be brought forward, and those are included in our SSC minutes. Through the chair, should I go ahead and do what I did before and finish out cod by finishing out Aleutian Islands cod, or do you want to stop with?
We hit a natural breaking point here. We can see if there's any questions on Eastern Bering Sea.
Okay.
Not, okay, Aleutian Islands, Dr. Holloway.
Okay. All right. So we received an assessment of the Aleutian Islands. It's a full assessment. As you know, the author is in the process of developing an age-structured model for this stock, albeit that for this year, given that there was no new survey and the complexities of dealing with the effects of COVID on time for the assessment authors to complete their work, the author elected to stick with a Tier 5 assessment for one more year. So this is a straightforward approach of what we were using in the previous year. The long-term, the AI surveys show a long-term decline, although the trend is generally positive since 2010. The authors and the groundfish plan teams recommended a 2021-2022 ABC of 20,600 tons and an OFL of 27,400 tons. And this is really no change from last year because we didn't have an updated survey in the Aleutian Islands. And the SSC continues to agree with the tier and these ABC and OFL specifications. And we agree that no additional reduction in the ABC was necessary for this stock. And we note that this stock is scheduled for an ESP and that, as I mentioned earlier, we expect to receive an age-structured version of this assessment next year that will move the stock into Tier 3. And so that's all we had with Aleutian Islands cod. If there are no questions, I can move on to yellowfin sole.
Okay, Dr. Holloway.
Okay. With the yellowfin sole, as you heard, we received a full assessment in 2020 with an updated, it was updated with 2019 data. There were no the new model results in an increased biomass and OFL and maximum ABC compared to last year. The projected 2021 female spawning biomass is well above BMSY. The stock is managed in Tier 1A. The SSC recommends that the author and the Bering Sea, with the authors and the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands groundfish plan team on the selected model of 18.2. And we note that this model now has sex-specific mortalities. There's 6 for females, but model estimated for males. And we accept that. In addition, we think that there's a clear improvement in the model fit with this addition. And so we accepted the OFL and ABC for 2021 and 2022, and the 2021 values are at the bottom of this slide. You can see an OFL of 341,571 tons and an ABC of 313,477 tons. We support the plan team determinations that the risk table does not warrant additional precaution at this time beyond the existing buffer between ABC and OFL. We did recommend that from our perspective, the the assessment-related risk could be elevated to a 2 based on the strong retrospective bias that was shown in the assessment. The SSC recommends in addition that the author conduct some additional explorations with respect to sex-specific natural mortality and other features of the model, and those are documented in our report. And we recommend that the authors bring forward a model that includes the northern Bering Sea biomass estimates for consideration by the plan team and the SSC in the next assessment cycle, and similar to what we're doing for Bering Sea cod. I'll keep going unless anyone has a question on yellowfin sole.
Dr. Holland.
Okay. The next assessment was the Greenland turbot assessment. This was a full assessment. The age 1+ biomass has been trending down slightly following the full integration of the 2007 and 2009 year classes. Female spawning biomass is projected to be above B40 in 2021. It's managed in Tier 3A. The SSC agrees with the author and the plan team's recommendation for using model 16.4A. This includes a correction from the previous assessment that corrected what was a model input that had RPWs instead of RPNs in it, and we agree that this is now correctly parameterized, or the data is correct in the model. The 2021 OFL and 2021 ABC are listed here, and the full 2021-2022 projections are in the Table 1 of our report. In agreement with the authors and the Bering Sea Groundfish Plan Team, the SSC did not recommend any reduction from the maximum ABC. Our comments in terms of the future are to conduct a reevaluation of the treatment of time-varying selectivity, including a justification for the time blocks used in the assessment. And we recognize that the data is relatively sparse on the maturation curve, and we recommend pooling some of the available information to provide an updated curve. And then finally, we encourage the author, as they look at the assessment, to explore the potential use of vast model estimates for the Eastern Bering Sea slope and longline surveys, to the extent that that may help in the years that there are data gaps for the slope region. The next assessment is the Arrowtooth Flounder assessment. This was a full assessment. The biomass has been increasing since the 1980s and is lightly exploited. The projected 2021 spawning biomass is well above B40. The SSC recommends using model 18.9 in agreement with the authors and the Bering Sea Groundfish Plan Team. There was no change in the assessment methodology, and this places the stock in Tier 3A, and the 2021 OFL and ABC estimates are listed here. And as I mentioned, the full slate of estimates for 2021 and 2022 are in our report in Table 1. Our recommendations for the future are that we commend the authors on a careful examination of the species compositions. Remember, this historically was managed as an Arrowtooth and Kamchatka flounder assessment all together as a complex, and they were later split out, and the authors did a careful examination of those, and we appreciate it. The SSC supports further data quality of investigations related to the sample size and speciation issues and the age information used in this assessment. And we recommend examining the parameterization for selectivity and request that the authors bring forward historical information on the rationale used for the current selectivity parameters. And we'd like to see those just included in the assessment.
Right, Dr. Holloway, we've been going for a couple of hours here. I think probably going to take an afternoon break. So let's come back at 2:50 Alaska time, and we'll finish up the SSC report.
Okay, thank you. I will do so.
All right, thank you. Council, please come back to order. All right, Dr. Holloway, I think we're ready to move on to Kamchatka Flounder.
I'll try and move as quickly as I can. So this is a full assessment. Kamchatka Flounder is on a biennial cycle. The total biomass has been increasing since 2013 following a series of strong cohorts coming into the population. The female spawning biomass is projected to be above B40 in 2021, placing it in Tier 3A. Just a minute, I lost connections. Okay, it's back. The SSC agrees with the use of Model 16D for this year's assessment. This was the model advanced by the authors and the groundfish plan team. The age-length transition matrix was updated for this assessment with length, weight, and growth relationships from aggregated AI, EBS, shelf, EBS slope surveys. And the results had an improved retrospective pattern. You can see that 2021 OFL and ABC, and as I mentioned, the 22 estimates are in Table 1 of our report. The SSC appreciates the use of the risk table and agrees that no reduction from the max ABC is necessary. The SSC supported recommendations by the groundfish plan team to pursue a formal data weighting procedure for this population and to explore the separation of the Eastern Bering Sea from the AI age compositions in the model. We also support the idea of incorporating aging error in the next assessment and examining a constant or varying CV in the age length matrices, and then finally examining the relationship between temperature and catchability, as has been done for other flatfish stocks. The next stock assessment we reviewed was the full assessment for northern rock sole. This was updated with 2019 data. The new model results resulted in a decreased biomass and OFL from what was projected last year. The projected 2021 female spawning biomass is still way above BMSY. The stock is managed in Tier 1A. The SSC recommends that the authors and plan team, we agree with the authors and plan team's selection of model 18.3, and this model now has sex-specific fishing mortality, this might be a repeat slide, I'm sorry if it is, for fixed for females and estimated for males, and this is consistent with other stocks. And obviously this is a clear improvement of the fishery and age composition for it, and the ABC and OFL for northern rockfish are listed here. We agree that the risk table scores for this do not warrant additional precaution at this time. The SSC notes that the model expectation of high survey biomass estimates in the last 2 years, despite the model expectation has high survey biomass despite the last 2 years of decrease in the actual observations. And the SSC recommends examining whether the current poor fit to the survey biomass is because of incoming recruitment. And we recommend that the authors go back and look at other instances when large year classes have come into the population and to see whether the model behaves in a similar way. The SSC also recommends experimenting with forcing high M values or using dome-shaped selectivity for this stock, and so we will look forward to looking at that in the future. And then finally, the SSC recommends that the author continue to examine the temperature and catchability covariate relationship for this and the recruitment correlates that were brought forward in the appendix for this assessment. The next stock was flathead sole. This was a full assessment. The catch is declining, but overall the biomass has been stable. Recent larger than average cohorts are coming into the population, but they're still haven't fully matured. The spawning stock biomass is above the target for the entire time series. This places the stock in Tier 3A. The SSC agrees with the recommendation of using Model 18.2C, and this was the author's recommended and groundfish plan team's recommendation, and it was the accepted model from last year's assessment. The maximum ABC is recommended for this year's assessment, and the estimates for 2021 are shown here for the ABC and OFL for 2021, and the 2022 projections are in the table. In terms of recommendations for future work, the SSC is recommending that the author explore whether estimating male and female survey selectivity is actually necessary. They looked pretty similar in this assessment, and perhaps a single selectivity curve could be brought forward. The SSC also recommends that the author explore the influence of large residuals in fisheries length. And finally, the SSC recommends that the author provide a rationale for selecting length-based selectivity for the fishery in the assessment model. The next assessment was a partial assessment for Alaska Place. This was Alaska Place are non-target species, but retention is relatively high. The biomass is slowly declining for this stock. The catch is well below the maximum ABC, and while exploitation rate is trending upward, it remains low, between 3 and 5% in the recent years. The stock is managed under Tier 3A, and we continue to agree with that. No risk table was presented for this because this was just a partial assessment. The SSC concurs with the author and the plan team's recommendation for the OFL and ABC, placing this for 2021. The numbers would be an OFL of 37,924 tons and an ABC of 31,657 tons. The next assessment was the other flatfish assessment. This is a complex. There are 15 species in the complex. There are no directed fisheries for this. The complex is managed under Tier 5, and there were really no changes to the assessment methods. The exploitation rates are generally low, trending around 5%, and they haven't been increasing, and the total catch has been substantially lower than the ABC. The risk table was added to this assessment for the first time, but it did not result in having elevated concerns. The SSC concurs with the author and the Bering Sea Groundfish Plan team that on the recommended ABC and OFLs for this is a Tier 5 assessment, so the projections are the same for 2021 and 2022. And the SSC supports the plan team recommendation that the author consider adding a secondary table by species to the risk table And this will highlight the breakdown of different species vulnerabilities and any specific concerns that might occur at the species level can be tracked over time. The next assessment was the full assessment for Pacific Ocean perch. This was the spawning stock biomass has been increasing since the 80s, but there's been a modest decrease since 2018. The 2021 spawning biomass is projected to exceed B40, placing the stock in Tier 3A. The SSC recommends Model 16.3A in agreement with the authors and the Bering Sea Groundfish Plan Team, and no changes in the assessment model from the last time we saw it in 2018. The projections for 2021 are for the OFL and the ABC are shown here. And we recommend that the area apportionments are the same as 2018 due to the lack of survey data in the Aleutian Islands. The recommended ABC is set at the maximum ABC in agreement with the author and the plan team. The SSC notes that there continues to be a conflict between the age composition data and the Aleutian Islands survey data, and this issue will be also discussed in the black spotted and rough eye assessment. There's been a decrease in biomass since the last assessment, and it's primarily due to the lack of the AI trawl survey data in 2020 and the composition data having more influence on the outcome in the model. The SSC suggests that the poor fit to the AI index could be a focus of future work, and the SSC recommends continued evaluation of the natural mortality rate, and encourages the authors to investigate the Francis weighting of the compositional data sets. The next assessment was the Northern Rockfish Assessment. This is a partial assessment that's on a biennial schedule. Exploitation rates dropped overall with a large decrease in the eastern Aleutian Islands and a slight increase in the central Aleutian and western Aleutians. The 2021 spawning biomass is projected to exceed the B40 level, and this stock is managed under Tier 3A. The 2021 OFL and ABC for this rockfish species is listed here, and we recommend that no reduction from the max ABC is required for this stock. This leads us to the black spotted and rough-eye complex. This was a full assessment. The total biomass and spawning biomass have been increasing since 2012. The Eastern Bering Sea Slope Survey shows an increasing trend since 2012, and this complex is assessed with a Tier 3 random effects model. The AI portion of the population in 2021 the spawning biomass is increasing by 38%, is at 38% of B100, and so it's slightly below, so that places it in Tier 3B. Just to be clear here, and then the SSC recommends going forward with Model 20 in agreement with the authors and the groundfish plan teams. To clarify, this Tier 5 model is for the Eastern Bering Sea part of the assessment versus the Aleutian Islands part of the assessment. Model 20 showed a decreased retrospective bias and decreased recruitment variability and an improved fit to the AI survey index, and recent biomass trend was much more consistent with the recent AI survey index, and overall there was greater stability in inter-assessment ABC advice. This was, if you remember, Dr. Barbeau's mentioning it, the author adopted a different weighting scheme, the Francis weighting approach reweighting approach for the age compositional data. The SSC accepts the author and the plan team recommended ABCs and OFLs coming out of that Model 20, and the SSC shares the author and plan team's concerns about the elevated risk score, shares the author and plan team's concerns about the elevated risk scores, but agrees with their recommendation to use the max ABC because of the incidental nature of the black-spotted and rough-eye catch and the ongoing fishing fleet avoidance efforts and reductions in the max ABC is unlikely to reduce the incidental catch, and so further reductions in the ABC won't alleviate the problem of exceeding the maximum sub-area species catch in the western Aleutians. The SSC further notes that the new Aleutian Island model does appear to be more appropriate in terms of tracking the substantial reduction in the scale of the stock shown in the survey data and improvements in the the overall fit and retrospective behavior of the model. The SSC continues to be concerned about the disproportionate spatial harvest, including the catch exceeding the western Aleutian Islands and central Aleutian Islands sub-area ABC in the 2019 and 2020. And we note that despite the limited information on stock structure, this rockfish complex may be vulnerable to localized depletion. The SSC recommends that we continue to use the maximum sub-area species catch as a deterrent to exceeding these what would have been at the area-specific ABCs. It gives the industry a target maximum catch to try and avoid. The SSC also supports the plan team recommendation to explore the distribution of survey samples to evaluate trends by depth, to determine the risk considerations, and potentially to help inform industry on how to reduce incidental catch. The SSC also recommends the exploration of the spatial footprint of the AI survey and the incidental catch fisheries with an eye towards potential mismatches due to untrawlable habitat that might provide a context for interpreting the conflicting survey abundance and fisheries age and size composition. The SSC supports the plan team's suggestion to explore other survey data, including the NIMS and IPHC longline surveys or the state survey data to augment the abundance and size and age composition information. And the SSC requests that the authors fully explore the ranges and interactions of catchability and natural mortality in the next assessment. The SSC recommends that an update of the work on the genetics is brought forward, and we recommend that the authors investigate the effects of fleet behavior on the apparent size and age compositions, and to what extent this may be influencing fishery selectivity. And finally, we concur with the plan team's note that area apportionment approach currently used for the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands black-spotted and rough-eye complex could be included in a spatial management workshop proposed for 2021. And I already went through that. The next assessment is short wake of rockfish, and this was a full assessment. There was no change in the methodology. The catch data were updated through October 2020. There were no new survey estimates this year, and the biomass has been relatively stable since 2002, with a slight increase from 20,932 tons in 06 to 24,055 tons in 2018. The catches exceeded the TAC in 2017, 2018, and 2019, but they remain below the ABCs and the OFLs. The catches are currently below the 2020 TAC and the ABC. The SSC agrees that this stock should continue to be managed as a Tier 5 stock, and we concur with the author and plan team's recommended 2021 and 2022 OFLs and ABCs and the area apportionments therein. The next group is the other rockfish assessment, and there was no change in the methodology. No change in this was a full assessment that utilized updated catch and survey data. Since 2011, in the AI area exceeded the area-specific tax in most years, and in some years exceeded the area-specific ABCs. Catches in the Bering Sea have been below the area-specific tax. In the Bering Sea have been below the area-specific tax, except in 2014 and 2019. This is a Tier 5 stock, and the SSC concurs with the authors and the plan teams on the recommended ABCs and apportionments for 2021 and 2022. And we agree with the plan team not to move non-short spine thorny headstocks out of this complex to a Tier 6 at this time. Next assessment is a full assessment for Atka mackerel. This year's assessment was a straightforward update using the latest catch and age data. The base model fit well. The authors recommended continuing to use model 16.0B, and that places the stock in a Tier 3B for 2021 and 2022, and no additional reductions to the ABC were deemed warranted in this year's assessments, and you can see the ABC and OFL recommendations for Atka mackerel. The next assessment is the skate complex. This was a full assessment with two components to the complex, a Tier 3 age structured assessment for Alaska skate and a multiple Tier 5 random effects model for the other skates. And for Alaska skate, the total biomass is slightly down from recent years, but spawning biomass continues to increase. There's some big year classes coming into this stock. Alaska skate is managed as Tier 3A, and we agree with the author's recommendation to continue to use Model 14.2 for this year's assessment. The Tier 5 assessment for the other skates are presented as a new series of region-specific random effects models for the individual species, and the biomass trends differed by area and species, but in general, the overall complex is increasing on the eastern Bering Sea shelf and decreasing or flat in the eastern Bering Sea slope and Aleutian Islands. The SSC notes that this is a marked improvement for delineating species-specific trends within the complex, and we concur with the recommended OFL and ABC for the combined Tier 5 species. The SSC recommends that overall combined complex level harvest for this group, for the other skates other than Alaska skate, and that's no reduction in the max ABC, and the recommendations are placed here. The Bering Sea shark assessment was a full assessment, and it's conducted biennially. The total shark catch was about 150 tons, and in 2019 and a little higher in 2020. Both are well below the OFL and ABC. This is a Tier 6 stock, and the authors did, as per SSC comments, brought forward some alternatives, looking at the median, the 5th percentile of the catch and the 99th percentiles of the catch, and the overall we agree that the author should, no change to the status quo is necessary. And so we also appreciated the author's efforts to fill out the risk tables, and we agree with the authors and the plan teams that despite some elevated risk because of the different species for this complex, that no additional reduction in the ABC is required. And I'll get into that in a second. We recommend that the study of the genome of Pacific sleeper shark is explored to assess whether or not there's one genetic stock or multiple stocks. We encourage that the stock structure template is applied once the genetics information is brought forward. We encourage an examination of the role of temperature on shark catches to assess whether or not there's a change in the vulnerability of shark to bycatch or incidental catch due to different thermal regimes. We noted that there's a proposed study to develop an aging method for sleeper shark, and we certainly encourage that to go forward. It would be very useful. This uses Bob radiocarbon based on the eye lens core. And finally, we support the exploration of alternative data limited assessment methods for use in this stock complex. The next assessment is the octopus complex. This is a full assessment. The complex is comprised of at least 9 species. There's no estimate of the total complex biomass. The OFL is set equal to the predation-based estimate of the total natural mortality. And this is an alternative to the Tier 6 approach. Based on this, overfishing did not occur. The SSC supports the continued use of this predation-based Tier 6 alternative, and this supports the authors and the plan team's recommendations for 2021 OFL and ABC. And we continue to recommend that there's no reduction in the max ABC. For comments on the octopus complex, we note that the catches have increased in 2020, with 2020 having the highest catch in the time series, but catches are still nearly an order of magnitude below the ABC. The discard rate this year is also high compared to previous years, and thus the SSC recommends continuing monitoring of the catches for this species complex. And I think that's the end. It is, yes. And so I'm happy to answer any questions, and certainly I'm hoping that some SSC members are online in case I misrepresented any of it.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hollywood. Let's see if council members do have any questions. Don't see any questions popping up. It's, I think, a testament to a very thorough report. All right, well, thanks again for your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Well, that concludes all of our reports, and will bring us to public testimony. Gosh, my list here. Looks like we have 22 people signed up to testify. First up is going to be Paul Clampett, then Bob Elverson, and then Steve Fish. And I think just remind members of the public that individuals have 3 minutes, organizations have 6 minutes. We will have the timer running, and I'll keep a timer going here as well in the event that we have technical difficulties with the online timer. With that, Paul Clampett, are you available?
Yes. Can you hear me, Chairman?
Yep, good. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Chairman Keenan. I'm Paul Clampett. I'm Vice President of the Sable Fish and Halibut Pot Association, and I own the fishing vessel Augustine. We have been involved in the fixed gear fisheries in Alaska since the early 80s. The Sable Fish and Halibut Pot Association agrees with the SSC ABC recommendations of 29,588 metric tons for the 2021 sablefish fishery. However, we do not agree with the reapportionment to the west from the east. We would like to see an equal increase across all areas. The rationale that the SSC uses to reapportion to the west is that the biomass has moved to the west and there is a lack of large spawners in the east that we need to protect. We believe that it is more important to protect the small fish in the west and allow them to grow up and spawn, and then move to the east so they can enter into the main area of the directed fishery. The SSC is using catch per unit effort data that only represents the hook fishery. They use no catch per unit effort data from the pot fishery, and that is growing rapidly and taking over the directed fishery and will shortly represent most of the fishery. Pot use increased from 30 vessels in 2019 to over 80 vessels in 2020 and harvested over 60% of the catch. We do not believe that the SSC can make any assumptions as to the population of large spawners using this catch per unit effort data. The fact that they only use catch per unit effort data from hook vessels that are being predated on by whales is the reason that the catch per unit effort is the lowest in the history of the fishery. We believe that the SSC is underestimating whale depredation on the hook vessels. You have to ask the question, why would the directed fishery spend millions of dollars converting to pots if the whales were only taking 1% of the quota? The good news is that over half the sablefish is being taken by pots, which have no whale depredation, and this is only going to increase. I don't think this has been taken into consideration by the SSC. It is our contention that whales remove the large fish first, and this also has an effect on the setline survey, causing an underrepresentation of large spawners in the survey. There has been some question as to why the directed fishery left some of their quota in the water. As of today, the directed fixed gear fishery left 28% of their quota unharvested. The fixed gear fishery was handicapped by COVID issues, the lack of market, and the restriction related to regulations that make the directed fishery inefficient, such as pot and vessel cap restrictions. The 28% of the quota left in the water in 2020 will carry over to the spawning biomass, making the SSC recommendation that much more conservative. If you're using hook gear to fish sablefish, your observations would lead you to believe that the fishery is in dire straits. You would be depredated on by whales, so your catch per unit effort would be in the tank, and you would rarely see large fish. If you just started using pots, you might think it wasn't much better because there's a learning curve. It takes a while to figure this gear out. If you're using slinky pots, you might not think there are many big fish around because most boats using them don't have the power to haul at depths below 400 fathoms where most of these large fish are located. Our personal experience confirms the large increase in biomass, and we are still delivering large sablefish. I would also like to point out that the Aleutian Island area only had 22% of the quota caught, and the quota in this area has never been caught. yet the SSC recommends a 59% increase in quota in this area, which makes little sense. Finally, the trawl industry must be held accountable for their outrageous bycatch. They are damaging every fishery in Alaska. And I thank you for the opportunity. That concludes my comments.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Clampett. Questions from council members? Right, thanks again.
Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Clampett. I wasn't quite following your recommendation in terms of apportioning disabled fish tack across all areas. You disagreed with the SSC recommendation, which I think is to take a 25% step toward moving the apportionment towards the survey, but you mentioned an equal increase across all areas. Can you explain to me a little bit more what you mean by that?
Yes, I think that thank you very much for the question, and through the chair. I think that we believe that the 29,588 metric tons is a conservative amount to raise the quota, considering the strength of the survey. But we think the idea of apportioning until they have a good handle on the cash peanut effort data of the fleet, and to get a handle on the difference between how pots harvest compared to hooks, which will inform the setline survey on how much they're actually being predated on by whales. Until that information is gathered, I think it's too early to make some an idea of how to apportion. So we would prefer to just raise the quota equally in all areas, from southeast all the way to the Aleutian Islands. Just whatever that percentage is, I think it's somewhere around 25%. Just raise all areas equally.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Down.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Paul. It's great to have your testimony at the council. I really commend you for the newer association with the pot guys and all the work you guys have done on whale depredation. My question is that under this agenda item, we're going to be dealing with the Bering Sea. One of the things we'll be dealing with is the Bering Sea ABC and tax sheet. And did you have? You mentioned the stair step. I have looked at your public comments and read your letter. Do you have particular numbers for ABC in the Bering Sea that you'd like to see on the tax sheet, or are you proposing that we do some math here and come up with those numbers that meet this criteria that you're seeing?
Thank you, Mr. Downs, and through the chair. We're just suggesting that you do the math. We agree with the SSC's recommendation of 29,000 metric tons, and we don't have a problem with raising the quota in the Bering Sea. We recognize the fact that trawlers are having a hard time avoiding those fish. We do believe there's a lot of fish around. We've experienced it ourselves. We don't believe that you should raise it by up to 59,000. We don't believe they should raise it 59% that the plan team recommended, or the 79% in the Aleutian Islands that the plan team recommended. We would propose something closer to 25%. And we think, the trawlers are, we're sympathetic, but we think they just need to be better at exploring different methods of avoiding these fish. And I can't advise them on how, but we think it's necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Paul. Just to clarify, I think what your recommendation is that rather than us do the math, I think your recommendation really is that we go up by 25% in the Bering Sea area on sablefish from last year.
That's pretty close. Thank you. Yes, I would agree with that.
All right. Thanks. Mr. Down. Further questions from Mr. Pickett? All right, thanks again for your testimony. Next up is Bob Elverson, then Steve Fish.
Mr. Chairman, this is Bob. Are you reading me?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. I'll be testifying on behalf of Fishing Vessel Owners Association. And just to confirm some of Paul Clampett's comments, our organization is probably has transitioned a lot during 2020 to pot operations, particularly this new slinky pot that's come out in 4 different varieties now. And by start of March, I would predict that you're going to see 80% of the fleet in some form of pot mode for sablefish. So I think that's a real good movement on the fleet, by the fleet. With regards to the apportionment issue, we sent a letter in, and that was our primary concern. The stock assessment authors recommended a 25% reduction in the Central Gulf and a 35% reduction in the Eastern Gulf. And where the resource may have shifted in terms of percentage, the actual absolute amount of sablefish seen in the survey this year actually went up another 25% in the Central Gulf and preceded by a 25% increase the year before. And in the Eastern Gulf, there was approximately a 26% increase in 2019, and the survey this year verified that level was stable. Based on that, we don't see a rationale for these radical changes in the TAC in the Eastern Gulf and the Central area. Additionally, I'd point out that economically, the fleet and sablefish had a price level that dropped by 55% this year, and it resulted in a tremendous economic harm to the fleet. And if these percentage drops on top of it in terms of economic opportunity were taken away for 2021, it would really be damaging to the overall sablefish longline and pot fleets. We support, as your SSC recommended, an ABC of 29,588 tons. On the TAC, we would support a TAC equal to last year's ABC, which was 22,000, or a range between that and an additional 15%. So somewhere between 22 and 26,000 tons as a TAC. And in the Bering Sea district, as Paul indicated, a 25% increase. I believe they're recommending, the SSC is recommending a ABC close to 3,400 tons. So those increases is what we believe would be reasonable. We've talked to a number of people in the processing side of sablefish. They seem to be bullish on the under 5 category. They're moving now, and for whatever reason they're moving, and that's a good thing. And there seems to be increased demand, of course, for 5 pound and up, which tends to go to the restaurant trade. You see what's happening with Governor Newsom, Brown in Oregon, and Governor Inslee in our state of Washington. You don't have any of the restaurant trade open to sell those fillets, and the retail market is choking on those. So for those reasons, we think there's socioeconomic reasons to keep the TAC below the ABC in the 24 to 25,000 ton range rather than the 29,588. And we also believe there's socioeconomic reasons to keep it there as well. The volume, we don't need a huge more volume, but some of these processors are telling me they would like to see a 10 to 15% increase over last year's TAC. So those conclude our comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the comments.
Thank you, Mr. Albertson. There's questions from council members. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Alverson. I was trying to track just your Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands recommendations as opposed to the total sablefish TAC that you recommend. And so for your last statement in terms of I think you said a 10 or 15% increase over last year's TAC, that testimony applies to the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and all of the Gulf facts?
Through the chair, thank you for asking that question. No, the 10 to 15% applies for the Gulf of Alaska region, and the 25% applied to the Bering Sea and Aleutian.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Alverson.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Alverson. So I just want to make sure I was hearing both you and I think Mr. Clampett correctly regarding spatial distribution. The SSC clearly was placing a high degree of reliance on the survey as sort of the best available information on distribution. And to the extent that they thought we could be essentially moving forward with thinking further about apportionment. I think my take-home message from both your testimony and Mr. Clampett's testimony is not so fast. Maybe we should wait and see how different the information that we get from the newly emerging gears is, and before we make any long-term decisions about apportionment. I guess my question is, was I hearing you correctly there, or am I sort of reading too much into what you were saying?
Through the chair, you're making me look really good, Bill. So, no, our TAC values, we felt fall within the bookends that were mentioned early in the testimony, I think from the stock assessment author or the joint plan team, Dr. Iannelli. And yes, we think that we'd like to see a little bit more time put into analyzing what the POTS are doing versus the long-line survey in terms of a long-term apportionment. So the numbers on TAC we feel fall well within the boundary of where the concern the SSC says on apportionment and the bookends that the stock assessment authors recommended. Does that make sense?
That does. Thank you. I would hope though that I would encourage some additional conversation between industry and SSC about the profound differences that both you and Mr. Clampett described that the gears appear to be making in terms of the nature and composition of the harvest. And then, so my second question, I heard a fair number of good sort of economic reasons for thinking about setting TAC where you recommended. Where that leaves me struggling though is that we often then end up, because TAC guides both what the directed fishery does, but is also a yardstick for what's happening in terms of bycatch. And because we seem to be in the last 2 years in a regime of keeping the TAC low more for economic reasons, but then that turns a really intense spotlight on a bycatch that has, I don't want to debate how avoidable it's been, but we all agree that with a rapid increase in a population size like this, increase in bycatch is unavoidable. It seems to me that where we set TAC sort of exacerbates the conflict then between user groups. And so I guess I'd like your thoughts on that and your sense of, at least from your perspective and your group, how we balance those two things, because I mean, as you're well aware, we're getting a lot of criticism for how the bycatch is currently lining up with where we set TAC and how that then goes back to both ABC and ACLs.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Bill. I'm looking at what the SSC has as a potential ABC for the Bering Sea, and that's 3,396 tons. And if you were to set the TAC at that, half of that by regulation would be for the fixed gear, and half would be for the trawl. So 1,700 tons. Maybe you got 3.7 million pounds there. If the same bycatch were to take place, even if you go to the maximum amount of the MS or ABC for 2021, you're still going to have a 5 to 6 million pound overage by the trawl fleet if they replicate what happened in 2020. I don't know what the answer is to that, Bill. Even if you go to the max ABC here that's recommended by the SSC. I think we're in a transition with the resource. I think because of squid, the fish are, the black cod are staying longer in the Bering Sea. That squid is evident because the pollock fleet is selling that squid as bait to the black cod fleet. Which they didn't used to. So there's a number of things that are changing in the Bering Sea, and some of this I think is just going to take some time and to look at. I would also point out that you got a conflict right now between your overfishing definition on black cod that allows you to have these overages in the Bering Sea, but every year the council has adopted an apportionment scheme. And this year, you will adopt an apportionment scheme for sablefish. We've always been told that's a mortality type of apportionment, and it takes into consideration allowing fish to move from one area to the other. Your apportionment assumptions are in definite conflict with your overfishing definition. So I think you need to have a separate discussion on that, Bill, and the council as a whole of what may be going on with sablefish and how to correct it.
Thank you, Mr. Albertson. I threw a challenging question at you, and I really appreciate your thoughtful answer.
Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Albertson. Just with respect to the TAC, from your standpoint, why is it better to reduce the TAC than to let the directed fleet fish according to their business plan? I know you had a low year last year, market prices were down, a lot of impacts from COVID. Why not give them the latitude to fish what best serves their needs in the upcoming year? Thanks.
Well, through the chair, thank you for the question. Normally that's a reasonable direction to go. But I don't think we've ever seen with a long-lived species like this on sablefish or other long-lived species, such, what do we have, 4 potential year classes that would rival the 1976 year class. We're looking at going from in the teens of 17,000 tons to potentially 50 or 70,000 tons in 2 years. I just don't see the ability of the market to grow that fast and to create long-term damage, particularly when you understand that so much of this is juvenile. And I think the stock assessment authors, as well as the SSC, are recognizing that you have an imbalanced resource right now with that one graphic that showed a 75% drop in spawners a question of whether these young ones actually spawn every year or skip spawn or produce quality spawn. So for those reasons, I think there's a biological reason not to take the full ABC, which I think you're allowed to do. And then there's some socioeconomic reasons as well. So I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, that was a good perspective. Thanks.
Okay, I don't see anybody else signed up to testify. Thanks for your testimony, Mr. Alverson.
Thank you. Bye.
Next up is Steve Fish and Alexander Stubbs and Steve Martell.
Okay, Steve Fish here. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Thank you. New technology. Chairman, Canadian Council members, my name is Steve Fish. I live in Sitka and I've fished blackcod since about 1979. I speak for myself, my family, my crew, who are all dependent on blackcod. We've fished with hooks since 1979, and just like those testified just before me, we're talking about the shift to pots, and I'm part of that demographic. And after that many years fishing hooks, I can say the jury's out on whether you really can teach an old dog new tricks, but we converted to pots this year and began fishing pots. And I can also say there is a learning curve. I'd like to comment on the sablefish specs, setting of the tack for this next fishing season, and also on the out-of-control trawl bycatch of sablefish in the Bering Sea fisheries. Most of us in the industry, asked you last year not to raise the tack or not to raise it as much as you chose, and we had good reason to ask for caution. Those reasons still exist. 45% of the spawning biomass is now made up of two cohorts, less than half of which are contributing to the spawning biomass, being recent recruits. The percentage of the older spawners in the biomass is diminishing and being replaced by large year classes, few of which are contributing yet as spawners. And a lot of questions exist as to the real potential productivity of these young sablefish. You can refer to the risk table summary comments from the 2020 assessment. The assessment authors had a lot of questions about their modeling and just basic risk assessment, good risk assessment questions. A lot of good questions that would naturally lead someone to use caution in going forward. The sablefish tax should be set somewhere between the 2019 and 2020 tax. It shouldn't be raised. What I would support is, I believe the AP recommendation was for increasing 15% in the Bering Sea and no increase in the Gulf. Pushing the tax closer to the ABC is wrongheaded at this point in time. If it looks like we've been a little too conservative, we can always raise it in the future, but we can't go backwards if we went too far under these conditions. It's too risky at this point, and too little is known about the productivity of a high percentage of the overall biomass. I'd also ask that the council address the out-of-control catch of sablefish in the Bering Sea trawl fishery. Sablefish fishermen and scientists have been waiting for 3 decades for an above-average spawning event. We've had 2 recently, but huge numbers of these young fish are being killed as bycatch. It's a huge problem. I'm sympathetic to the difficulty of trying to fish around fish that are that hard to avoid, but tweaks to the quota and the apportionment of bycatch is no answer.
Mr. Fish,
okay.
Your time is up. Can you provide a concluding comment?
Yep. Just thank you for your hard work on behalf of the resource and for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Fish. See if there's any questions. Right. Thanks again. Okay. Next up is Alexander Stubbs.
Hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
All right, I'm currently a biologist finishing my PhD at UC Berkeley, but I'm also a quota holder for sablefish IFQ in the Bering Sea region and a commercial fisherman for sablefish. I'm also the originator of slinky pot fishing for this species, and over the last year, I've sold gear to nearly 100 boats fishing sablefish IFQs in Alaska. I'm concerned with allowing the trawl sector in the eastern Bering Sea to apparently catch unlimited bycatch up until they hit the Alaska-wide limit, while changing the apportionment scheme to move quota away from eastern regions. If there are biological and scientific reasons given in the sablefish report to change the apportionment structure to reflect biological reality, it's difficult for me to understand the rationale of allowing the trawl sector to continue killing fish many hundreds of % over their allowable TAC in the Bering Sea region. The Sablefish Plan Team draft stated that, quote, "We do not have sufficient data to understand if the Alaska sablefish population is dependent on one or more productive spawning locations or juvenile habitats to sustain the population. Without this sort of information, we suggest that it is important to protect spawning biomass in all management areas and to keep fishing mortality on immature fish to reasonable levels," unquote. This rationale is then used to justify reapportionment among regions. Surely, if overfishing and comparatively small adjustments to TAC in particular areas are concerning in the directed fishery, the same logic ought to apply to the trawl sector. It appears that the recommendations from the draft report and later adopted by the SSC suggest that in practice, the trawl sector bycatch is to be managed Alaska-wide without consequence regarding gross overages in some areas due to the Alaska-wide overfishing limit, but that in the directed fishery, conservation reasons require reapportionment of quota among the various regions in Alaska. This is contradictory and is clearly favoring one gear type over another, penalizing small businesses and fishing families that have invested in purchasing IFQs and continuing to allow trawl bycatch to vastly exceed TAC without consequence. I believe that if there is to be a reapportionment in Alaska based on biological rationale, that the issue of an Alaska-wide OFL should also be reassessed, and potentially overfishing limits should be enforced by regulatory area. To me, this is the lever of control that would allow for effective management of the trawl sector via the council process. If the scientific recommendation is to manage take by area to the extent possible, I believe it's the responsibility of this council to reconsider the decision to set Alaska-wide overfishing limits, or to explore alternative recommendations that would cap take by the trawl sector focused on specific regions. Finally, I'd just like to note that the trawl lobby finds itself in the position of arguing for reapportionment between regions with respect to the directed fishery to increase their TAC and make their overages look not quite as bad, yet apparently holding the position that hugely biased regional removal of fish in the trawl fishery is somehow okay. That's obviously an inherently contradictory position. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Stubbs. Questions from council members? All right, thanks again. Next up is Steve Martell.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Steve Martell. I'm with Sea State Incorporated. I'm concerned about the public perception that the Bering Sea trawl sectors are jeopardizing the rebuilding of the Alaska sablefish stock. These perceptions are in part based on, one, the adoption of these risk-averse policies as a tool for confronting uncertainty about recruitment, and two, misinformation about the trawl impacts on the fixed gear fisheries. I'd like you to think of an example where the maximum ABC is 100 tons for sablefish. He recommends a 60% buffer. This reduces ABC to 40 tons. Under the current fixed apportionment scheme, 10% of that ABC is allocated to the Bering Sea. And then based on Amendment 15, this is then split 50-50 between the sectors. Therefore, the total trawl allocation to the Bering Sea is 2% of the maximum ABC. Therefore, a 400% overage would correspond to an equivalent trawl sector catching 10 tons in this example. Now consider a less risk-averse process where the SSC adopts a 30% buffer. This increases the trawl allocation in the Bering Sea to 3% of the maximum ABC. This same 10 tons of sablefish now translates into a 233% overage. Next, consider reapportioning 20% of that biomass to the Bering Sea through the new reapportionment scheme. That now 10 tons results in a 66% overage. I think you get my point. The take-home message here is that the buffer is a tool to hedge against uncertainty in recruitment. It's a management tool to assure that the OFL is not exceed based on uncertain events. A larger buffer appears to be more nefarious to the trawl sector. Second, there's misinformation about the impacts of the trawl sector on the future yield of the fixed gear sector. When you take into consideration natural mortality, growth, selectivity, and the allocations among these two gear types, the yield equivalence between the two sectors is 1-to-1. In summary, a reapportionment will result in reallocating less than 4% of the ABC. Currently, 80% of the sable fish is allocated to the fixed gear sector and only 20% to the trawl fishery. There's no increased risk of rebuilding the spawning stock biomass as a result of this reapportionment. The 2020 assessment was uncertain. Last year, we were more cautious of this uncertainty in recruitment, and now the data are more certain that recruitment is above average. The large buffer makes it appear that the trawl sector is more nefarious, yet we're really trying to conserve the resource. I thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to entertain any questions on the handout I provided. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Martel. Any questions? Mr. Kress.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Martel. I guess that I almost followed everything you said, but my question is more about what your real job is in Sea State. I know because I'm involved in the trawl fishery and get a ton of messages from you on ways what we're doing to avoid bycatch. Can you give me just a quick kind of recap of how you deal with the fleet on a daily basis?
Sure. Sea State has a working relationship with just about every trawl vessel and catcher processor working in the Bering Sea. We get their daily observer information updated 2 or 3 times a day. And then we use that information to quickly assess what is the risk of fishing in a certain area versus other areas. Sea States also plays the central role as the independent third-party data provider in the bycatch avoidance program, where each week we will set up avoidance areas to try and keep the fleet out of primarily Chinook hotspots, the second chum salmon hotspots, because those are legal requirements we have. But then we also try and reduce our bycatch on herring and a number of other species that come up. One of the things we did do last year, the trawl catcher vessel, shoreside trawl catcher vessel, asked us for a quick analysis to look at where the hotspots, sablefish bycatch hotspots were for the sector during the months of June and July last year, such that we could put in closures to try and restrict fishing activities. Last year's fishing activities were much cleaner. This year's was much more challenging in that we were dealing with herring, a Russian military exercise, other herring closures, and then also trying to avoid Chinook salmon, chum salmon, and sablefish. So it's very difficult for these vessels to operate out there.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, further questions? Right, thank you for your testimony, and I'd like to just remind council members we're quite a bit behind schedule, so try to keep your questions focused, limit commentary with testifiers, and try to avoid softballs if possible. With that, we will move on to Paul Olson, then Victoria Curran, and then John Warren.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Good afternoon, Mr. Olson.
Thank you. My name is Paul Olson. I'm here on behalf of the Alaska Sustainable Fisheries Trust, which is a 501c3 educational organization located in Southeast Alaska dedicated to ensuring the sustainability of Alaska's fishing communities. 7 Southeast Alaska communities are among the top 100 seafood ports in the nation, and we rely on a diverse portfolio of fishery assets, salmon, sablefish, shellfish, and halibut, to ensure reliable economic performance over time and buffer the effects of stock abundance fluctuations that could occur in any given year for any species. There are roughly 200 sablefish IFQ holders residing in Southeast Alaska communities, and their combined sablefish and halibut harvests typically comprise about a third of our fishery economic value, and are even more important now with reduced salmon harvest. Over the past 3 years, the cumulative TAC overages in the Bering Sea and Central Gulf of Alaska for all fisheries of bycatch have exceeded 18 million pounds. If the 2020 take of 9.6 million pounds recurs in 2021, the cumulative 4-year take will exceed 25 million pounds. 5 million pounds or 10 million pounds annually, or nearly 30 million pounds over a 4-year period, is a lot of bycatch for a species that provides high value to coastal communities, particularly because the per pound value of these fish increases significantly as they mature. The national standard guidelines, which apply to the harvest specifications process, require councils to consider the impacts of bycatch and impacts to directed fisheries. Councils need to consider, among other things, short and long-term impacts to directed fishery participants and changes in the distribution of benefits and economic value of fishery resources. Current levels of sablefish take significantly redistribute sablefish values outside of Alaska, as 93.5% of Bering Sea trawl catcher vessels and 98.6% of catcher processors are from outside Alaska, mostly concentrated in Alaska, at least as of your 2015 Amendment 111 analysis. And also, the guidelines show a particular concern about bycatch of juvenile fish and the problems associated with foregoing the potential future growth of these fish. That concern is particularly pertinent here. So I bring up National Standard 9, noting that your meeting next October will coincide with the 25th anniversary of the passage of the Sustainable Fisheries Act of 1996, which established National Standard 9. And I recognize that the council and trawl industry have taken many steps to respond to this mandate. There's PSC limit adjustments, there's gear modifications, there's a spatial work done by Sea State to try and avoid bycatch. But all the same, the reason people are alarmed about this is there's still a history of bycatch and directed fisheries over the last 25 years that's disturbing. Bering Sea trawl fisheries have taken over 900,000 Chinook salmon since 1996. During the same time period, Western Alaska communities have experienced repeated failures of subsistence targets, record low harvests, and complete fishery closures. Often these run failures follow periods of historically high PSC. Gulf of Alaska trawl fisheries have taken an estimated 500,000 king salmon, even while there have been run failures throughout the Gulf of Alaska, causing numerous directed fishery restrictions. Halibut. Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska trawl fisheries have taken roughly 250 million pounds of halibut as bycatch since the Sustainable Fisheries Act, 3/4 of them juvenile fish. The rate has slowed down over the past decade due to industry efforts, but also due to a population decline, so that bycatch has consumed an increasing proportion of overall catch. In Area 4 CDE, halibut bycatch has at times over the past decade approached 75% of the quota. In the Gulf of Alaska, the proportion rose from roughly 10% during the 2000s to over 20% by 2013. Because of this history, it's not unreasonable for Alaskans and other fishermen, the 89 commenters on this action, to be concerned about increased proportions of juvenile sablefish taken as bycatch. The projection that current uncontrolled levels of juvenile sablefish take will save sufficient sablefish for downstream fisheries is not reassuring for many Alaska coastal communities, given the downturns in production of other high-value species also taken as bycatch in the troll fisheries. And I note that the current allocation, established in 1995, responded to studies of sablefish value to Alaska coastal communities, including a council finding at the time that trawl take of sablefish should be curtailed for sociological and environmental reasons that would promote conservation and be beneficial to the nation as a whole. So I understand it's very difficult for the council to figure out what to do with this. It's difficult for the industry to figure out what to do with this, but I'm just requesting that you keep National Standard 9 in mind and that you really prioritize figuring out what to do with this on an accelerated schedule. It's confusing to hear no solutions offered to this problem in some of the presentations I've heard so far. If none of the accountability measures in the FMP are able to constrain TAC overages, then there are effectively no accountability measures. And I note that many other, the FMP accountability measures we have now, I think preceded the Reauthorization Act of 2007. Since then, other councils have developed species-specific and sector-specific ACLs and accountability measures. And as you're moving forward to analyze this problem, I urge you to look at what other councils have done. And because it just doesn't seem possible to me that we can't do anything. Right. Thank you, members of the council and Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. Let's see if there's questions. Ross, I think that was an old hand up. I don't see any new questions. Thank you, Mr. Olson, for your testimony. Next up is Victoria Curran. Ms. Curran? Okay, let's move on to John Warrenchuk.
Hey there, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
For the record, my name is John Warrenchuk, Senior Scientist and Campaign Manager for Oceana. Today I'll be commenting here on your tax specs and harvest specifications, and specifically on sablefish. I was just kind of daydreaming about those marinated black cod on coconut rice dishes they were serving at that food court outside of Sitka, and boy, I can't wait till we get back to a restaurant and are able to order some sablefish. Black cod or sablefish, they're a unique fish. There's nothing like them in the North Pacific or in the world, really. It's a fish that can grow to almost 100 pounds. It can live almost 100 years. It occurs, its life history, it occurs in all the habitats that you manage here in the North Pacific, from the shallow bays and inshore waters to the very deepest trenches and slope. And it was one of the species that was first targeted by the industrial fisheries here in Alaska. As a result of that initial targeting, this stock is really still in a rebuilding phase. NIMS has had 50 years or so watching this overall biomass decline after some heavy harvest by a foreign trawl and factory freezer fleet, and it's just recovering now. You have an opportunity here with these incoming year classes to rebuild the stock and rebuild some fishing opportunities for future generations. I would like to push back on the notion that the abundance of these small fish, young fish, is unprecedented. We've only been looking at this fish for a couple decades, but in its life history, this is probably the way it can actually recruit to the population in the deep. And if you go back and look at middens in native communities that have existed for millennia, juvenile sablefish have been noted as a consistent and abundant subsistence food source for thousands of years, and spanning different climate regimes and even tectonic regimes. And so I just say all that to push back against the notion that the Bering Sea shelf is sole purpose to provide trawl harvest opportunities, because it's not. It's important habitat that's important for growth and maturity of many species, including sablefish. Now, your decision here today is to arrive at an acceptable biological catch, overfishing limit, and total allowable quota, as long as some apportion strategies. And I just want to mention that the idea that setting an acceptable biological catch lower than the maximum permissible that's generated by a model is somehow your conservation easement. It's not. The ABC that you choose is supposed to give you at least Vegas odds, at least a 50% certainty that catching that amount of fish won't result in overfishing. And I think you've got a lot of evidence, including that described by the stock assessment author and the plan team and the SSC, that there's a lot of uncertainty around how these incoming year classes are going to persist and what they're going to do. You know, right now, the base stock assessment model assumes these fish mature at a certain age, but it doesn't take into account some recent science, and I would call it best available science, that in recent years, maturity of sablefish is being delayed. They aren't 50% mature at age 6, like they thought from the study in the 80s that the current stock assessment uses, but they actually skip spawning sometimes when conditions are poor. And if you take that into account, they might not spawn until they don't reach age of 50% maturity until they're 9 years old or more. The net effect of that, if it was taken into account in the stock assessment model, you'd have a large reduction in that overfishing limit, and you'd have a large reduction in that max ABC amount. And so right now, with the proposed ABC that's proposed, you're probably pushing up against that scientific uncertainty limit already. And so I just stepped through all that to say you do have some latitude, you do have some room, and I would say you do have some responsibility to set that ABC lower for some conservation concerns, for some socioeconomic concerns, and for some greater certainty that you're going to provide some fishing opportunities to future generations on this particular fish. And finally, I'll just close by asking at least that you would come back at staff tasking to address what is a clear problem with bycatch in the Bering Sea with the trawl fleet on these juvenile sablefish. I think it is good policy of the council to implement management measures that have some meaning. And what we've seen over the last couple of years, 3 years in a row, that sub-regional tax don't have much meaning for managing bycatch to the extent practicable. So I'm hoping at staff tasking you can come back with some ideas to address that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Warrenchuk. See if there's any questions. Okay, thanks again. All right, I understand Victoria Curran has resolved her connection issues and is available to testify. Ms. Curran, are you available?
I am here. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
That'll be smarter than my phone, I guess. Thank you, Chairman and council members. My name is Tori O'Connell Curran. I'm a longline deckhand and I have managed sablefish. I heard some questions Monday morning that I wanted to address. You have a handout that I will refer to. I support the AP sablefish tax. The SSC's ABCs are a large departure from the SAFE authors and plan team recommendation that supported no change from 2020. This is the second year in a row they have big concerns in model outputs. Figure 1 is from the plan team and shows that every time the fishery is concentrated on a large recruitment, the stock has dropped below previous levels, and this stock is already near historic lows. The model has retrospective bias that greatly overestimates both SSB and year class strength, with the 2014 year class being reduced 68% so far. The 16 and 14 year classes make up 50% of the catch, yet they are only 60% and 20% mature. The 4-age fish are in poor condition. They may delay maturity and reduce survival, dropping estimated future spawning biomass. The recent large shifts in age composition and distribution of catch have unknown effects on future productivity, and there was no Bering Sea survey this year. Directed fishery catch per unit effort is poor in all areas. Figure 2 shows that the 2021 SSC ABC is well above most annual catches. And figures 3 and 4 show that it is well above historic tax and recent area-specific OFLs. Figure 5 shows that this ABC would be the largest percent increase in ABC in the history of the fishery, 62% statewide, 82% in the Bering Sea, 131% in the Aleutian Islands. The AP recommended a 15% increase in Bering Sea Aleutian Islands and no increase in TAC in the Gulf. This, on top of the unprecedented 25% increase from 2019, is a large increase, but more in line with other annual management changes shown. It provides additional fish to the Bering Sea recognizing that there are young fish there now and represents a compromise of many stakeholders. Sablefish have been considered one stock for years, yet it was only last year that OFL was changed to statewide. ABC and OFL are only meaningful as conservation measures if the model is able to appropriately fit the data. The SFC ABC TAC would be the largest TAC since 1991. The folks with the most sablefish experience do not think ABC should be raised. TAC adjustments are the appropriate place to account for this biological concern, as well as socioeconomics. Please remember how important sablefish are to the directed fishing fleets and coastal communities. Use the slow-up principle by accepting the AP TAC recommendations. Finally, I note that both 2020 sablefish and Eastern Bering Sea pollock TACs were below ABC, so there is precedent for this, and the Bering Sea cap is a ceiling, not a requirement to achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? I don't see any. Thanks again. Next up is Lauren Devine.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Chairman Canine, members of the council, my name is Lauren Devine, and I work for the Aleut community of St. Paul Island. I feel almost silly making this comment now because I know we're way behind schedule and there's been so much very heavy conversation and issues that have been raised, but I wanted to provide a comment to the ecosystem status report. And in particular, I really wish that the SSC and the AP minutes reflected more accurately the incredible amount of hard work, dedication, and effort that went into the editor's effort to pull so many collaborators, such diverse information in the absence of really hard, survey data and quantitative data that were not available for 2020. She really worked to reach out in an iterative process to bring diverse stakeholders, managers, scientists, everyone together to get the most information for 2020 to provide the best report. And I really wish that AP and SSC written minutes reflected the conversation around the positivity of where the report is going, how quickly it's evolved, the effort and energy that was put into addressing indicators, exploring new indicators, and reaching out for new and more expanded information. And I just really feel like it should be noted and acknowledge that this ecosystem status report had community-driven monitoring, local and traditional knowledge included, as well as whatever types of scientific information were available. And I just really appreciate what the authors and editor that Sidon is doing with the report, and I hope that the council continues to encourage strengthening and expansion of the types of information that go into that report, because I really feel that it was pretty impressive this year, and I hope to see more, and that there's a lot of encouragement and really diving into bringing communities in, bringing different diverse stakeholder information in to that report, because I really feel it's showcasing all of the different things that folks like, our tribal government have asked for communities, for fishermen, for traditional knowledge, local knowledge, just different types of data to come in to the council process, and this really showcased that. And with everything that went on in all of the council bodies this week and last, I feel like it was maybe a little overlooked, and I just really want to express my appreciation to that sit-in and everyone that contributed and collaborated and agency staff. It was a really big effort, and I was very impressed by it. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony, Dr. Devine. Mr. Twite has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this isn't a question. Dr. Devine, I just wanted to highlight that in a year when U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service had real difficulties providing a lot of the data that they normally provide, your citizen science projects that you're engaged in, as well as others, really did a great job of filling in the fairly big hole that we have when we lose those data sources. And that really proved your value and worth. And so I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you in particular, because I know you had to drop a lot of what you would normally do in order to make sure that the citizen science estimates are available to fill in that gap.
Thank you. Yes, we did every effort that we could to contribute data, and I'll note as well, we have a 5-year BTD conductivity temperature and depth data series that we contributed to the temperature section that actually picked up a creep in salinity over time that you can read in that report. And I wish Dr. Hunt comments from the SSC about how that type of information coming from more communities would be incredibly valuable, because I think we're in a place to collectively, as Alaskan communities, start to look at how we can coordinate monitoring and data collection efforts of that kind into these types of processes. And so I think there's a lot of things that didn't get talked about, but I hope outside of the council meeting process, we can continue to explore those kinds of things.
Okay. Thanks again, Dr. Devine. See. I believe it's Halen Barkel. Okay, moving on then, Linda Benkin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Linda Benkin, testifying for Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. Our members are deeply invested in the sablefish fishery and deeply committed to the long-term health of the resource. Although most of our members target sablefish with hook and line, some have switched to pot, so our comments include the perspective of both. Our membership continues to be concerned about sablefish stocks, and we urge the council to be conservative in setting TACs and ABCs. The stock assessment authors, plan team, and SSC identified a number of reasons for caution, both because of observed stock dynamics and because of the model. To provide a few highlights, the spawning biomass is still below the rebuilding target. 50% of the spawning biomass is made up of 2 still immature year classes. The estimated strength of the 2014 year class has been systematically reduced by 68%, with the 2016 year class now following the same trend. The model is exhibiting a strong retrospective bias that remains unresolved, with sensitivity analysis identifying that the model behaves far better with these recent year class strengths downgraded to average. The impacts of the ongoing high juvenile mortality in the sablefish stocks are unknown, and finally, over the past 40 years, every time the strong year class has caused the council to increase catch limits, the stock has dropped to a new lower level. Coupled with the experience of our members on the fishing grounds, we see every reason to be cautious. I would remind you that both the chapter authors and the plan team supported an ABC 25% lower than the ABC recommended to you by the SSC. That ABC is more in line with the experience of our fleet on the grounds where catch rates are low and fish are small. Remind you that the SSC also commented that uncertainty has increased since last year, which is noted on page 16 of their minutes. We agree and urge you to be conservative in the face of uncertainty. We did not support the large TAC increases adopted by the council last year, and we do not support TAC increases for this year. As a council member, the 5-year survey-based apportionment for the area ABCs. Relative to TACs, Alpha originally supported no increase in any area, but after working with industry through the APU process, We can support the AP recommendations of no TAC increase in the Gulf of Alaska areas and no more than a 15% increase in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. We support setting TACs below ABCs because of model uncertainties, the immaturity of the spawning biomass, observed changes in stock condition, poor fishing on the ground, and because sablefish are long-lived, rapidly gain value as they get bigger, and our members see great value to spreading out fishing pressure on these strong year classes over many years. We've waited 30 years for a good year class, not at all eager to compromise the resolving potential or stock value. To summarize, we support the chapter authors and Plan Team ABC recommendation, but realize the SSC gets the final word on ABC. We do support the SSC area ABC apportionment strategy and believe the quarter step from the old fixed apportionment strategy to the proposed survey-based apportionment is sound for this season. We recommend TACs be set below ABCs in all areas with no increase in the Gulf and a moderate increase of no more than 15% in the BSII relative to 2020 tax. And before accepting the 5-year non-exponential survey-based apportionment as a long-term strategy, we believe a few more data gaps should be filled and questions answered. Since I have another minute, I wanted to comment on apportionment goals. Recognizing the SSC recommended the council provide some goals for sablefish apportionment. My recommendations would be the following. I'm happy to provide these in writing, but 1, to optimize coastwide yield. 2, to reduce annual variability at the coastwide and management area levels. 3, be responsive to medium and long-term changes in sablefish distribution. 4, maintain historic directed fishing opportunities in each management area. And 5, optimize the economic yield of the directed fisheries. And finally, I agree with many other testifiers that it's really imperative that the council initiate action to adjust these trawl sablefish allocation overages. We recognize you may not have the tools you need. That's frustrating to us, but we believe you need to take steps to try and identify what those tools might be so you can take effective action in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benkin. Are there any questions? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Benkin. I have a question. Might be a tough question, but I'm going to ask for a short answer. We're a bit short on time here today, as you know. But I'm thinking about the ABC, the TAC, in relation to the ABC. So if the TAC is equal to ABC, or whether we go up by 15% like you're recommending in the Bering Sea, what difference does it really make? I'm just trying to get this clear in my head. If what we heard earlier is that these ABCs in the Bering Sea are not ACLs, and they can be exceeded by whatever percent happens to be because the pollock fishery, for instance, is throwing a lot of water and they're trying to catch their pollock quota, and the sablefish are everywhere. So it occurred to me that what difference does it really make? I mean, mortality is going to be what mortality is, because the trawl fishery is going to do everything they can to avoid this, and they're going to have a certain amount of bycatch, and then the directed fishery is going to catch what they will catch. People can base that on economic, what makes economic sense for them to catch of their IFQ. The mortality is going to be what it's going to be. I just don't know that moving it is going to help prevent young fish from being removed from the water before they can get a chance to grow up into bigger, more valuable fish.
So, through the chair, Mr. Down, thank you so much for that question. I would really caution the council against combining these two issues. Your job as a council is to evaluate the health of the stock, to factor in uncertainty, to consider the input from your science community as well as stakeholders, and to set appropriate ABCs based on that evaluation and appropriate TACs. Your other job is to manage the fisheries to those TACs. If you don't have the tools to do that, then that's a separate question and one that you need to prioritize. From our perspective, if you're setting ABCs and TACs that you can't manage to, then the system isn't working as it should. And I would say if you are setting TACs or ABCs to accommodate bycatch, then that's an even bigger problem. The council really needs to focus on setting appropriate TACs based on the stock and based on the economic considerations and social considerations that are brought to you by the stakeholders, and then figure out the tools you need to manage the fisheries to that stock and to ensure you're meeting guidelines, National Standard Guideline 9. And I'll stop there, but thank you for the question.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to give you the chance to answer that question because I'm sure that's on the minds of several people. So thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions, Ms. Benkin? Thank you, Ms. Benkin. Next up is Stephanie Madsen, Brent Payne, Chris Barrows, Todd Loomis.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. In this virtual world, you cannot see us all at the table today. So please know that if we were together, you will have Brent Payne from UCB, Todd Loomis and Chris Woodley from Groundfish Forum, Chris Barrows from PSPA, and myself, Stephanie Matson at Sea Processors. Mr. Chairman, as you know, getting the industry together every year on this tax sheet can be hard work. We work with the in-season management closely to ensure all numbers and concerns are addressed. This year was no different. Our recommended tax sheet and tables are included as a handout in the sign-up area, and that tax sheet is what we're going to be speaking to this afternoon. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to start with Pollock. The fleet this year had different experiences on the grounds, as you've heard about this bee season. And between those differences and the lack of a survey, we found the middle ground of 1,375,000 metric tons for 2021. This is a 50,000 metric ton reduction from 2020. Brent?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be talking to you about Pacific cod and the Eastern Bering Sea and a little bit about sablefish. So in regards to cod, Stephanie made reference to the handout that we attached to our testimony here. On the very last page of that handout kind of gives a breakdown of how the cod fishery gets apportioned. That also includes the GHL fishery as well. So I was going to ask you to take a look at that. But we did appreciate the plan teams and the SSC's review of the Dr. Thompson's most recent assessment for cod for the Eastern Bering Sea. And I listened to Dr. Ann Hollowitz's presentation to you today, representing the SSC's notes to you. And obviously we are in a decline or reduction trend in the biomass of cod. And I think both the plan team and the SSC captured that in their notes to you. We're recommending that you accept the plan team's recommended ABC number of 123,805. And we're recommending an Eastern Bering Sea TAC of 111,380. So how do we get that number? Why is there a difference between the ABC and the TAC? Well, we have to account for both the Aleutian Islands GHL fishery and the Area O Dutch Harbor GHL fishery. So just for the catch vessel sector, that amount of TAC equal to 111,000 is going to result in about a 13,600 metric ton A season. I just want to bring that attention to you because that's very close to the Dutch Harbor 10% fishery, GHL fishery, getting very close. Next year, the GHL fishery is actually going to be larger than the trawl fishery in the Eastern Bering Sea. So we deduct the GHL fisheries, and that's why we get the number of for Pacific cod of 123,800. So in regards to sablefish, we're asking that you set the ABC equal to TAC for the two areas, the Aleutian Islands and the Bering Sea. So our sablefish numbers that we're recommending to you for the Bering Sea would be, for TAC would be 3,398, and in the Aleutian Islands, 4,711. So that's all I want to comment to you. I'm going to turn it over to Chris Woodley, I believe.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Chairman, or council members. This is Chris Woodley, and I'll be covering those species harvested primarily by the Amendment 80 sector, and I'll be starting with Atka mackerel and POP. Our sector historically catches 100% of the Atka mackerel and Pacific Ocean perch that's allocated to us, and tax are generally set at ABC, with the exception to this being Area 543, which is set to 65% of the ABC. As for flatfish, generally flatfish tax this year are set higher, with the largest increases going to yellowfin sole, which is prosecuted by the Amendment 80 sector, as well as catcher vessels and the AFA catcher processors in the TLAS sector. Rock sole and flathead sole are also set higher, which will allow Amendment 80 companies with smaller portfolios of this species to maximize harvest of these more valuable flatfish species. And lastly, other increases in flatfish tax are in arrowtooth flounder, Kamchatka flounder, Alaska plaice, and O-flats, all of which are species within the unspecified reserve. Increased tax for these species increase flexibility for NOAA fisheries management and can also reduce our regulatory discards. And with that, I will turn it over to Todd Loomis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Todd Loomis, President of Groundfish Forum. I'll be briefly presenting tables 7 through 13. I thought Steve McLean did a thorough rundown of the tables, and I'll note in our handout, the tables have been updated to reflect current biomass estimates where applicable, the SSC's, ABC's, and our TAC recommendations. The values in many of the tables are formulaic, and we consulted with in-season management to ensure that our calculations have all been updated. Table 10 has the PSC values for the BSAI trawl limited access sector, and these values have been adjusted to reflect changes in the recommended directed fishery tax. And in the interest of time, I think we'll just close there, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right, thank you all for your testimony. Are there any questions? Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy holidays, everyone.
All right, you too. Okay, let's try to circle back to, I believe it's Halen Barkel.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Hello. You guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hello, my name is Halen Duncan Barco. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to comment on this issue. I am a young fisherman and grew up longlining with my family. 3 years ago, I invested my permanent fund money in sablefish quota with the intent of using the returns from fishing that quota to pay for college. COVID has delayed the start of college for me and hurt sablefish markets, but that has not changed the importance of taking care of sablefish stocks for the long term. Although I have not been fishing as long as many people in the industry, I have been fishing long enough to witness with my own eyes the declining abundance of sablefish. I am worried about the stock based on what I see on the sablefish grounds, and even more worried after listening to the model projections that do not reflect the reality that I see in front of me. I understand that there are strong year classes of sablefish in the Bering Sea that should be moving into the Gulf of Alaska to rebuild the stocks and fisheries. But with climate change affecting everything in the ocean, it seems risky to base current harvest limits on projections of future strong stocks. Thus, I ask you to be conservative, to wait until these small fish have fully matured and reached a healthy size and before increasing catch limits. I support recommendations from the advisory panel for Gulf sablefish total allowable catches and an increase of no more than 15% over to the 2020 total allowable catches for the Bering Sea and Aleutian Island regions. The small fish are the future of the stock and the future of young fishermen like me. Please recognize all that is uncertain and changing in our oceans and be conservative in your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Really appreciate it. Are there any questions? All right, thanks again. And next up is Chad C.
Hi, Chairman Kneen. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great, thanks. Chairman Kneen, members of the council, my name is Chad C. of the Freezer Longline Coalition. I'm testifying to the BSAI spec sheets this afternoon. FLC supports about 99.82% of the industry tax sheet, but we did not reach a position on one species, which is why we are testifying separate from the other industry groups this afternoon. On the tax sheet, the most important number for our fleet is the Bering Sea and Aleutian Island cod tax. We support setting the tax to ABC as proposed, and given the importance of that stock, not just to our fleet, who relies almost exclusively on Bering Sea and Aleutian Island cod for our operations, but also just about every other sector in the Bering Sea. The one species where FLC did not take a position on as a group is sablefish. That said, we did poll our sablefish IFQ holders in our group, who reported that they are in favor of a 15% increase in TAC over 2020, which is consistent with the AP approved tax sheet. From discussions with these members, they would also support a rollover of sablefish tax in the GOA in 2021. That's all I had this afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to comment.
Great. Thank you, Mr. C. Are there any questions? All right, thanks again. Next up is Megan Peterson-Williams.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Hi. Okay, so my name is Megan Peterson-Williams, and I am testifying on behalf of Ocean Conservancy. Today, I'm here to testify on 3 general issues that apply to specifications in the BSAI. First, we'd like to note that there was a fair amount of discussion at the GPT and SSC regarding consistency and application of the risk tables for use in stock assessments and ABC determinations in 2020. We support the use of the risk tables and acknowledge that differences in scoring approaches are to be expected as environmental and fishery factors will influence individual fish stocks in different ways. It will take some time to refine the risk table approach. However, we feel that this is an important and useful exercise, and that this was recommended by the SSC. The risk tables provide an additional layer of transparency for stakeholders regarding the ABC process, and they are useful in identifying uncertainty not captured in the models. We think the risk tables represent a step in the right direction in the ground fish specifications process and ecosystem-based management more broadly. Second, the North Pacific Fishery Management Council has a long-standing tradition of ecosystem and science-based fisheries management. However, it is becoming apparent that the council now finds itself at a crossroads, and this reputation for excellence is being called into question. For the last 3 years, roughly 12 species and area combination TACs have been exceeded in the BSAI, with limited consequence and repercussions from the council. TACs are a target management reference point designed to buffer fish stocks and fishery participants from uncertainty. However, consistent TAC overages in some sectors in the BSAI spotlight a concerning disregard for the science-based and precautionary management that is necessary in this region. This is all the more alarming as we continue to experience anomalously warm conditions in the Bering Sea and Northern Bering Sea, coupled with poor fish condition indices for a number of key species. At this juncture, we urge the council to take a hard look at bycatch levels, especially for species like sablefish, and to consider more progressive spatial management options if TACs are no longer effective at curbing bycatch and unnecessary discards. This is in compliance with National Standard 9 to minimize bycatch and National Standard 1 to provide sustainably for directed fisheries. Third and lastly, we recommend that climate readiness remain at the forefront of the council's specifications process and broader council work going forward. As you all know, we are seeing shifting fish distributions and corollary changes in fishery footprints, changing productivities and changing food web dynamics, and subsistence opportunities for Indigenous communities are being directly impacted. Now is the time to enhance our understanding of the changing climate in Alaska and to evaluate mechanisms to respond to these changes to ensure fishery and community sustainability in the long term. We urge the council to lean into current processes designed to address these issues, including the Bering Sea Fishery Ecosystem Plan and associated climate and TK-LK subsistence action modules. In summary, I'll close by saying we hope to see a fundamental shift back towards precautionary and science-based fisheries management in Alaska, where TAC and/or ACL overages are not taken lightly, and where climate readiness and risk assessments are key parts of an equitable ecosystem-based fisheries management platform. And that's it.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from council members? Thanks again. Next up is Arnie Fugabog.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, for the record, my name is Arnie Fugabog, and I'm testifying on behalf of North Star Fishing Company. North Star Fishing Company has 4 Amendment 80 catcher processors that primarily fish flatfish in the Bering Sea. I'd like to compliment the stock assessment authors on the sablefish assessment, particularly the updated sections on the trawl fishery and Appendix 3E bycatch in the Eastern Bering Sea. My only request is that they add the presentation of the NIMS longline survey, which includes abundance by area. We saw this in September, and I think it would help with the discussions, in particular, the discussions of apportionment. As the stock assessment showed, the trawl sector saw high abundance of the 2014, 16, 17, and the 2019 year class in a very localized area. Figures 3E2 and 3E3 illustrate the sablefish length. The 2019 year class was concentrated in an area near Unimac Pass, and I believe this year class is largely what the pelagic trawl fleet encountered. Given this signal, we could be seeing another well above average year class. The figure on page 77 of the assessment shows the low mortality by trawl removals of each year class. Mortality rates of less than 1% do not pose a conservation risk to the stock, as target fishing mortality rates are much higher, and natural mortality is 9% across all ages, although likely much higher for the younger year classes, as described in the assessment. On the ABC, I support the SSC recommendation of a 25% stair step from the 2020 ABC to max ABC. This is still a very conservative 44% below max ABC. On apportionment, the SSC suggested a 25% stair step from the fixed method toward a 5-year survey average. I personally support a 50% stair step, as did many letters and public testimony. The 25% stair step means that the ABC for the Bering Sea is moving in the right direction, but is still not catching up with the survey abundance, which is where the assessment authors, plan team, and SSC are saying we need to go. While the 2014 year class has been downgraded, it's still one of the largest year classes observed. The 2016 year class is currently about 8 times larger than average, and even if it continues to be downgraded over the next several years, it will still likely be one of the largest classes in the time series. The low ABC makes it even more important to set Bering Sea TAC at ABC. If it is set well below ABC, as the AP did, it will lead to more discards and a higher probability that the trawl allocation will be exceeded again. However, as I said before, the assessment clearly shows this is not a biological concern, with trawl removals being a very small fraction of the population abundance at each age. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll end it there and answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fugabog. Questions from council members? Okay.
Thank you.
Ruth Christensen.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good evening.
Okay, thank you. So for the record, Ruth Christensen with United Catcher Boats, and UCB urges the council to set the BSAI sablefish TAC equal to the area ABCs established by the SSC. The SSC recommended ABC of 29,588 tons provides a 44% buffer from the maximum permissible and a 51% buffer from the LFL. These are amongst the highest or amongst the largest, if not the largest buffers for any of the council's groundfish stock. The Bering Sea apportionment recommended by the SSC of 3,396 metric tons is 11% of the recommended ABC and 6% of the maximum permissible. The Aleutian Islands apportionment of 4,717 metric tons
is 16% of the recommended ABC and 9% of the maximum permissible. By comparison, the AP recommended Bering Sea TAC amount of 2,140 metric tons is 7% of the recommended ABC and 4% of the maximum permissible. And the AP recommended Aleutian Islands TAC amount of 2,345 tons is 8% of the recommended ABC and 5% of the maximum permissible. So the SSC recommended ABC is extremely precautionary and accounts for previously identified uncertainties, newly identified uncertainties, and those uncertainties that fall outside of the Council's tier system and harvest control rule. The details of all these uncertainties are contained in their minutes. Because of these uncertainties associated with the stock assessment, with population dynamics, with the ecosystem, and with fishery performance, the SSC deliberately altered their stair-step approach from 2019, which would have resulted in a 50% stair-step towards the maximum permissible, and instead chose to repeat the same 25% stair-step for 2021. Under Amendment 15 to the groundfish FMP, the trawl sector has a defined allocation of stable fish. And as such, it is the Council's responsibility to consider and balance the needs of both the trawl sector and the fixed gear sector when establishing TAC amounts. This includes consideration of the shifting stable fish stock distribution. The SSC noted how much change has occurred in the stock distribution, and the NIMS Assistant Administrator also acknowledged the changing conditions being faced by the trawl sector. The AP recommended BSAI stable fish TAC amount discount the extensive amount of consideration and work done by the SSC, who also heard from various stable fish stakeholders, to balance the uncertainties with the positive trends as stated by Dr. Holloway in her presentation. So in summary, the SSC, as the Council's expert body for our groundfish stock assessments, have accounted for all uncertainties and established a highly precautionary ABC. So as such, any further reductions from ABC for establishing the BSAI TAC amount is unnecessary. So with that, I can take any questions.
Questions for Ms. Christensen? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay. Council members 1, 2. We have 6 members of the public left to testify. At this point, with the way things are going this evening, I'd like to keep going and potentially stand down for a few minutes after that and come back and take action, but I wanted to make sure that that wasn't going to be problematic for the rest of the council. We've got some good momentum going, and it might help us to get back towards track on being on schedule, or getting closer to being on schedule. If that's okay with council members, I would like to continue on with testimony. Right. Okay, let's move on then to John Gruber, Dan Martin, and Dan Falvey.
Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Good evening.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, I'm John Gruber, the Inter-Co-op Manager for the AFA Catcher Vessel Cooperatives. I want to provide comments on the Bering Sea Sablefish TAC. I support the recommended Bering Sea Sablefish TAC put forward by the industry group by setting the Bering Sea TAC equal to the SSC's Bering Sea ABC of 3,396 metric tons. The SSC has thoroughly reviewed the sablefish stock assessment and set an overall ABC of 29,588 metric tons, a 44% buffer from max ABC. As you learned earlier, the SSC is switching this year from the fixed apportionment calculation to a 5-year average survey apportionment. The SSC elected to stair-step the new apportionment system in 25% increments, which results in a very conservative Bering Sea ABC of the 3,396 metric tons. When setting the BSAI specs each year under the 2 million ton cap, the catch from the previous year is an important consideration while setting the various TACs for the upcoming year. Bering Sea sablefish catch in 2020 was greater than the recommended ABC, so this leaves the only reasonable TAC alternative for 2021 to set the TAC equal to ABC, the 3,396 metric tons. As shown in the BSI sablefish presentation by Dr. Iannelli, the distribution of sablefish in the Bering Sea dramatically increased over the recent years, both an increase in the population and an increasingly widespread distribution of sablefish across the Bering Sea shelf. The sablefish incidental catch by the Bering Sea trawl fishery is just that, incidental catch. Specifically, the pollock catcher vessels haven't strayed off their normal fishing grounds. There's no targeting of sablefish has occurred. The discards of incidentally caught sablefish is the result of several very strong year classes of sablefish in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. The science behind setting OSLs and ABCs always lags these events for a number of good reasons. In this instance, the trawl incidental catch is simply an indicator of the magnitude of these incoming sablefish year classes. The assessment makes very clear that the recent increase of incidental trawl sablefish catch has no significant impact on the sablefish biomass. The most recent estimates for the 2021 age 2 and up sablefish biomass is at 753,110 metric tons. A Bering Sea TAC of 3,396 tons is a 0.45% of that biomass. Yes, less than 1/2 of 1%. While the pollock catcher vessels are making reasonable attempts to avoid the incidental catch of sablefish, other higher priority PSV species avoidance measures for Chinook salmon, chum salmon, and herring take precedence while making fishing decisions. In both the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, the sablefish TAC is split 50-50 between the fixed gear and the trawl sectors. This makes both sectors equal sablefish stakeholders. It's not just the sablefish IFQ holders. As equal stakeholders in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Island sablefish fisheries, the trawl sector is entitled to take their sablefish incidental catch to market to the greatest extent allowable. Setting the TAC below ABC likely results, sorry, my dog is jumping on me, but likely results in an increase of wasted fish. And this is contrary to reasonable fishery management. Regulatory waste should always be minimized to the greatest possible extent while setting the TACs. Please set the Bering Sea TAC at ABC. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gruber. Any questions for Mr. Gruber or his dog? Who's a good boy? Thank you, Mr. Gruber.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, Dan Martin.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to give testimony today regarding BSAI specs and specifically sablefish. I've read through all the public comments that were submitted. I hear the frustration and thought I would offer some thoughts from the captain's chair of a pollock trawler and also answer any questions you may have. My name is Dan Martin. I am captain on board the AFA trawler Commodore. I also manage 8 other AFA trawlers that operate in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf of Alaska. I've been fishing pollock for more than 3 decades. During that time, I've witnessed the evolution of many fisheries in the Bering Sea. I've contended with the wax and wane of different fish stocks, but have never, and I repeat, never seen an explosion of a single species like we are experiencing with sablefish in the Bering Sea. My infrequent encounters with sablefish up until recently have been only during a short period of time in the summer season in the area known as the Horseshoe, with catches measuring no more than a few hundred pounds. The historic pollock grounds are, at times, inundated with sablefish now. I don't know if it's a competition for food, changes in the water temperature, or just an overwhelming abundance. As a reason, we are finding sablefish seemingly everywhere. There are significant challenges with the avoidance of sablefish, as there's no rhyme or reason to their movement. They seem to be prolific in a vast range of depths, and unlike most finfish, they're undetectable with our fish finding equipment. The fleet is also constrained by other species as well, salmon and herring most notable. Salmon and herring are typically found in the shallower depths, so avoidance of those species forces the fleet to fish deeper, which consequently increases the risk of sablefish encounters. There were two other factors that contributed to the incidental sablefish catch this bee season. We had a voluntary area closure to mitigate incidental catch of herring that closed off an area of historically high CPUE rates of pollock. Also, due to an overall lower CPUE of pollock, many of us were forced to fish later in the fall, which resulted in a higher incidence of Chinook salmon encounters anywhere but in the deepest waters. As fishermen, we don't want to catch anything that impacts other directed fisheries, so it becomes a catch-22 that each captain faces every time they set their net. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd be happy to answer any questions the council may have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Martin. Any questions? You. Next up is Dan Valley.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you for the record. My name is Dan Falvey, testifying on my own behalf today. I'd like to support the AT's recommendation for the ABC and TACs in both the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. I think they did a good job on that. I think people who've spoken before me have given very good reasons for why we would set the ABC below max ABC, why we should set the TAC even further below ABC in all regions. And I also strongly support the SSC's recommendation to phase in the 1/4 step on apportionment. And I'll devote the rest of my comments to that apportionment next steps. I was part of the February workshop hosted by Ox Bay Labs where they first presented those MSC results. And, I know they did a lot of work on that, and we were pleased to see the issue moving forward. At the end of that workshop, we identified a few alternatives that we thought we would get further work on, such as a 65-centimeter thing to try and shift apportionment a little bit more away from the mature fish and focus on the more mature fish and the incorporation of some industry data through logbooks. I understand there are some challenges with that there's still work that can be done on that, but the expectation at the end of that meeting was that we would have additional time to work on what some of those alternatives would be, and that the IFU implementation committee could have a chance to discuss it, and during the fall plan team cycle, we'd have a chance for input as well before we had to decide on a long-term apportionment strategy. And I still am hoping for that opportunity to have further discussions among stakeholders on what the long-term apportionment strategy should be, because apportionment is a long-term decision designed to balance various conservation and socioeconomic goals. I think those goals and objectives are very different than the ones you would develop for example, mitigating bycatch. I mean, they come at the problem from two different directions. MAGSNAC requires that we minimize bycatch to the extent practical, and then when you're trying to decide on apportionment amongst the directed fishery, I think there's a whole different set of goals and objectives. I think Linda Bankin did a good job of laying out 5 that we can use as a starting point if the council wishes to see the future discussions. But I guess I would just wrap up my testimony by making a pitch to allow us as stakeholders to have those future discussions on what an appropriate long-term apportionment strategy should be for sablefish, and just take the 1/4 step as recommended by the SSC at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Falvey. Any questions? Right. Thanks for your testimony. Next up is Heather Mann, then Alexis Quachka, and then Brett Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members. My name is Heather Mann, and I'm here proudly representing the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. As I described to you yesterday, our vessels are mostly independent, family-owned businesses. More than 50% of MTC vessel owners have sons and daughters that are working hard to take over their businesses. We are stewards of the ocean because we want to continue fishing now and into the future. MTC vessels are generally the smaller trawl vessels in the Bering Sea and in the Gulf. Our members are some of the leaders in developing excluders and other gear designs as we continually strive to improve our operations. We're not doing this because we're required to, but because it is the right thing to do. It bothers me greatly when people use misinformation to malign the hardworking families that I work for. And I know you may usually think of me as aggressive and even angry when my defense of trawlers. But tonight I'm really just saddened at the accusations of mismanagement, both by the trawl industry and the council, and the suggestion that the trawl vessels have done nothing to reduce bycatch and that we don't really care one way or another. I mean, this really could not be further from the truth. And I think you've heard a lot of comments so far, both from C-State and from Dan Martin, about how difficult this has been over the last couple of years. The fact is there's an incredible amount of sablefish on the ground. They're in depths and areas that we have not seen before. The West Coast has also experienced small sablefish in areas and depths that we have not seen before, and it's well documented. It's also well documented that several six-gear reps have called the amount of small sablefish on the grounds as unprecedented, citing extremely large year classes not seen before. And that's the justification for an action that's currently working its way through the council process that would allow the directed fishery the ability to discard small sablefish. I guess I'm not sure why it's hard to understand that we are all experiencing increased interactions with juvenile sablefish on the ground. And it's beyond me why we would ignore the science and the SSC recommendations and set an artificially low tax. Generally, management does not keep pace with reality, and setting an artificially low tax ensures a disconnect between management and what the reality is on the ground. I'm disappointed. I don't understand why so many are so eager to punish the trawl fleet. I would align myself with the comments made by John Groover and Ruth, and especially Danny Martin. MTC supports the tax sheet spoken to by the earlier group, aptly led by Ms. Madsen. And in closing, Mr. Chairman, council members, you have a difficult job every day at these meetings. I hope that as you carefully deliberate what you're going to do here, that you embrace the science and that you embrace all the MSA national standards. Remember practicability, and remember that like the directed fisheries, the trawl industry is coping with COVID. We're struggling with market disruptions and climate change. But we're also fishing families doing the best we can to be good stewards of the ocean while we provide for our families and support our communities. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Alexis Kwachka.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Kwachka.
Yeah, okay. I had muted myself. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, I'll keep my comments brief. I think this has been pretty beat up and lots of sides talked about here. I just had a couple of things that I'd like to add. My frustration as a directed fisherman on this is that, we're held accountable, and we've seen this level the past couple of years really go off the chart in the trawl fishery. And I think accountability is really important. And when you go over by the numbers that are going over, that's really concerning to me, because if I go over a fraction, I'm penalized. So that's frustrating as a black cod fisherman, and it really stands out to me. I don't have a good fix for you. The thing that's interesting is that, we view the halibut in the Bering Sea as a coastwise stock, and we realize that there's migration. And I disagree completely with SSC that we can handle the removals that we're seeing in the Bering Sea, and it doesn't affect the stock in another place. So I'd like to think about that a little bit. And it's a tough job that you guys have. And there isn't an easy fix, but these removals do
matter, and they're going to end up affecting somebody else down the line. I had a point here and I've lost it. I kind of walked in at the right when you guys, I thought we were going to be up tomorrow. I think I'll just end there and tell you what I told you yesterday, and Merry Christmas, and thanks for your time, and I wish I had a silver bullet for you, and good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Quashka. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Okay, last up is Brett Ross.
Hello, members of the council. Thank you for your time. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
I appreciate it. I guess I get to be the last to testify, so I appreciate that. I'll keep my comment brief. I am a IFQ holder in the Bering Sea, and the burden of conservation of sablefish in the Bering Sea, where I happen to be a quota holder, falls upon the directed fishery only, it seems. It should be a shared burden. Based on what seems to be happening lately in the Bering, the burden of conservation for darn near the whole coast falls to Bering Sea directed fishery. IFQ holders and trawl wastage in our regulatory area is likely to negatively impact our fishing, yet there's apparently no limit to trawl harvest. As mentioned, the trawl fishery does have sablefish quota in the Bering, but so do I, and I'd ask the council, what would happen to me if I were to substantially go over my annual quota? I think we all know that it would not be pretty. So, in my opinion, the council should move quickly to equip themselves with tools that will provide an economic incentive for the avoidance of black cod. It seems like everyone is hopeful that sablefish bycatch will go down naturally over these coming years, but members of the council, hope is not a strategy. I would urge movement towards real incentives that will spur innovation, much like the pots that Alexander Stubbs invented, and you heard so much about the slinky pots in our fishery. And I'd hope that the trawl industry or any fishery that's exceeding their bycatch can work towards solutions that will allow them to exceed their TAC and their directed fishery, including sablefish in the case of the trawl fishery, but not going over as they are currently. They're going well over their directed catch. And so I apologize that I'm new to the Pacific Management Council process. I'm sure it shows. And I really appreciate you taking the time here. I'm in awe of the amount of information the council takes in. I'm sure it's been a long, at times difficult, but fruitful week. You guys had a number of priorities to balance. So with that, I'll end my comments. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Ross. Are there any questions? Okay, no questions. Thanks again. All right, so that concludes public testimony. Let's go ahead and stand down and come back at 5:20 Alaska time and take action.
Amen. Craig, that sounds like you.
Council, please come back to order. Share my screen here. Okay. I think we are ready to take action. Russ, you need to get your phone off of mute.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are we ready to begin? I have a motion.
Yes, Mr. Cross, we are. I understand that you have sent them into the admin site.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, they were sent in a bit ago.
Okay. Perhaps we can confirm with Ms. Evans that we have those available.
Just pulling it up right now, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So with these motions, typically there's a number of different attachments that we refer to. So we'll just need to figure out how to best share those. And once Mr. Cross makes those as a motion, I imagine we can post those to the agenda as well for the council to refer to.
Yes, we will do that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is council motion on agenda item C3, Bering Sea Aleutian Island groundfish specifications, December 10th, 2020. Motion 1. The council moves to adopt the 2021/2022 OFLs, ABC, and tax for groundfish in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands, as shown in Table 1. Do you want me to go? So normally we go, Mr. Chairman, we go through the tax sheet, then we go through the flexibility tables and then the other tables. But we can do this just one at a time if you want.
Mr. Cross, that's probably best to try to keep it simple.
All right, so I'll look for a second on this motion.
Second by Mr. Down.
All right, thank you, Mr. Down. Mr. Cross?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to, and this will be the preface for all of the different motions here, but Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank the work of our stock assessment authors, especially under these 2020 COVID conditions, and no surveys. We have assessments that are the best science available and reflect why we have what is considered the elite of stock authors. I would also like to thank council staff and NIMS, specifically Mary Prunis and Steve Whitney, which allow these tax sheets to add up and the tables to add up and make sense. It's a lot of work making sure all of the different regulations and all the different caveats that we have and footnotes all equal, and they do an admirable job. We've had the stock assessment authors, we've had the plan team review the stocks, we've had the SSC review the plan team's recommendation, and we have the AP, and we've checked with staff and NIMS on this sheet to make sure it adds up properly. Mr. Chairman, this is a spec sheet, and tables reflect an amazing amount of industry work, and not all species tax reflect 100% agreement, but my balancing of industry concerns and what the SSC has given us is how I arrived at this sheet. I've changed the AP motion on sablefish to TAC equals ABC. We heard about that in public testimony and rationale. I've done this after listening to the plan team reports and the SSC that these ABCs are extremely precautionary. Under the SSC report, it was stated that the ABCs were very precautionary. Lowering the tax, as AP did, is not necessary, and given that setting them artificially low just leads to discards, and not recognizing the fleets not being able to avoid a moving, growing, multi-year age group makes it very difficult to set it lower than ABC. There's several other rationale that go along with that, and they were spoken to by Mr. Gruber and by UCB and by others. Let's see, and so the sheet this year, I have also, please be noted that we lowered the, industry has lowered the pollock from last year to reflect what we saw in the 2020 bee season with small fish, skinny fish, missing years, and no survey. This may, in time, we saw a large amount of small fish on the grounds. But with those missing years and with the no survey, we have lowered the TAC for pollock. And I want to say that this is done, and probably next year, given that if the fish show back up, we'll go back up. But I thought it was precautionary for us to lower that. Let's see, buddy. That's all I have on this sheet, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Let's see if there are questions on the motion. Okay. Mr. Down.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Cross. My question is on the sablefish tax. I'm not sure it really makes a difference where TAC is for bycatch. I think that it's been clear that the bycatch will be what it will be based on the area, statewide area, ABC. And so I think there's plenty of room there. But on market conditions, I do have some concerns there. You know, we've heard reports and seen testimony and written testimony. There's crew members that are making 30 to 40% less than they made last year based on prices. The markets are really tough, as Mr. Alverson recommended or testified to, and to more than double the amount of, to send a signal to the market that there's going to be this abundance of sable fish based on market conditions. Are you concerned there, or just how did you approach that consideration when you went to the numbers? I know that it's obvious. I think that the trawl fleet needs some breathing room here. So this is not me pointing the fingers at the trawl fleet. This is just looking at the market conditions and wondering if this is the right move for the market, which I think is one of the things we should consider strongly when setting TAC.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dowling and Mr. Chairman. I think that given what we've seen with the growth, I'm thinking that hopefully that the sablefish go up. I'm hoping that that they go deeper and we don't encounter them. I think it's very difficult for us to predict in this COVID environment of 2020 what 21 is going to look like market-wise. It could be a huge rebound and we'd be short of sablefish. don't think that we have enough expertise to predict how this kind of change is going to affect the markets. And I think we're better off going with the science this time and using that as our benchmark rather than trying to guess what the market's going to do. That was my rationale.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Yeah, that answers my question, I guess, as good as it can be answered. I'll save any other comments, I've got some comments, but no more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just am seeing over in the chat box a note from Dr. Holloway and from Dr. Stram that looks like for sablefish, the 8,113 metric ton TAC for 2021 and the 9,924 for 2022 are misplaced, and they should be on the BSAI row, not the total AK row, but I wanted to check on that.
Yes, no, you are correct. You've caught me on my last tax setting. You've caught me in an error that I didn't catch. So yes, that does go to the
It
BSAI.
wasn't me that caught you. I wish I could take credit, but I can't. So, okay.
Yeah, with that change.
Okay. Further questions? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Cross. I usually don't like to wade into the Bering Sea tax sheet, but I'm just wondering, Mr. Cross, why, when we heard so much testimony from the fixed gear sector about their concerns about being not conservative enough, that you chose on the sablefish issue, which is obviously contentious. That, you know, the bycatch may not be avoidable right now, but that doesn't make it good. And so why did you choose to go this route instead of at least splitting the difference between what the fixed gear sector wants and what the trawl sector wants? It seems like you just took the testimony of the trawl industry representatives and plugged it into the spec sheet without consideration for the sector that has the most fishing effort on the sablefish.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. The reason that I did that was because we heard on the SSC report that said this was a very, I don't think they said very twice, but they said very precautionary. And when an SSC says very precautionary, I believe that is very precautionary. I sat through the plan team meetings when we had the plan team discussing this, and it was brought up many times how precautionary, and they kept making it more precautionary. So this is a very precautionary ABC. So this does not even reflect any kind of issue with there being any kind of too much effort on the sablefish.
Thank you.
Further questions on the motion? And Mr. Down, you don't have another question, correct? Okay. How about amendments on the motion? Right.
Mr. Chair, do we need an amendment to indicate that those two numbers should be moved down one row, or does the council understand it clearly enough that we can just move on?
Mr. Twite, it's my sense that the council would be clear that should have been moved down one row. Somebody feels strongly they can make an amendment. Otherwise, I think this conversation is probably taking care of that. Okay, last call for amendments. Okay, let's go to comments on the motion. Mr. Swank.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to express my appreciation to the industry folks who've worked on this and came close to having really broad agreement on most of the issues. Particularly, I want to flag the Pollock number. I know that that was the result of a lot of dialogue and a willingness to find common ground among some fairly differing perspectives. I just want to acknowledge that that most of the time industry is able to work through that. This year, I think it was even harder, but they were able to. At times, they haven't been able to, and we've had to do the arbiter on some of those discussions, and just very much appreciate this time them continuing to work through and coming to that common ground. And also wanted to just briefly reference the sablefish, which is the one area where clearly that we haven't seen common ground. I find this situation frustrating from so many different perspectives. Not the least of which is that this has been foreseen. We've been talking about this as soon as we knew we had a very, very large age class coming at us, not several. And trying to warn people that this was likely going to be a bit of a bumpy road, but that the good news was that we had that at least one, if not more than one, of those long-awaited age classes that should carry the directed fisheries for a long time as those fish grow into size. But we were warning people that it was going to be a little bumpy getting there because we knew that the surge would first be seen in the bycatch fisheries and then would take a while to show up in the directed. And indeed, that's how it's playing out. I'm equally frustrated that on the one hand, I hear some very good arguments about market conditions, particularly in these very unusual years, like Mr. Alverson's well thought out testimony about sort of what would work best. And all things being equal, I would have supported that. But the reason they're not equal in my mind is that the bumpy road that we're on right now is cause for people to basically question our ability to manage to conservation and essentially use the fact that our system doesn't handle things like this very well as a primary illustration of that we're their concern that we're not managing from our bedrock principles of conservation. And I get that point, that without the context, it can be hard to understand why those numbers are so large. And a lot of this is going out without the context. And so ultimately, I feel like my own perspective on this is that we have to choose TAC equals ABC in order to minimize the potential that we'll have some of these overages that have been pointed up repeatedly in public testimony. I'd like to be able to go lower for market reasons because I think there are some very good arguments. But if that's going to be then misunderstood, taken out of context, as it has been to a great extent, I, at least as one council member, feel like I don't have a choice other than to set TAC at ABC in order to minimize the possibility that we'll be seeing overages again this year, and people will point to another year of overages. And when is the North Pacific Council going to manage responsibly? We are managing responsibly. We're managing through this responsibly. We told people it was going to be bumpy. In the meantime, I think it's important for us to make sure that the numbers that are being taken out of context, we're minimizing the further opportunities to do that. So I'm reluctantly moving away from what I think would be optimal, which is working at setting TAC in response to some of the very unusual market conditions that we're facing. But I don't think we have that option. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dwight. Dr. Balsiger.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too appreciate the work that went into by the industry to put this tax sheet together. It's not easy, and I appreciate the recognition that our in-season staff helped to do that. I'm like Mr. Dwight. I'm also frustrated with the overages that we have in the Bering Sea. It was somewhat mollified. Mr. Gruber today, I thought, spoke very well to this, saying, half the TAC, half the ABC goes to the trawlers, so it's basically theirs. And so when they have overages, they're throwing away the same thing that's getting thrown away from the longliners. So it isn't just a directed fishery that loses if there's a problem in the future. So it is a problem, I believe, that has to be addressed separately. We also heard in public testimony that Ms. Benkin said, don't conflate the two issues. So I think that's probably good advice, but I think the council does need to think how they really want to deal with these overages. It is a little bit of a black eye, and it's not clear to me that it isn't a little bit of a conservation issue in the long run, particularly if conservation issue includes the idea of the proper use of things. Nobody likes to see, trawlers most of all, nobody likes to see the dead fish thrown overboard and not be able to use them. So with that, I'm going to support this. I know there's a lot of work in it, and I look forward to more discussions on what we might do about this situation as the years go on. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Balsiger. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cross, for the motion, and I'll echo all of the thanks to staff and industry work put into this. Most of my comments have been addressed by other council members, so I won't belabor them, but I did want to address the very thoughtful testimony that we heard today on this issue, urging that the council really take extra precaution, in some cases even over and above what the SSC recommended to us as an ABC. And I heard that testimony, again, it was based on an abundance of experience in the fishery in many cases, and that is tremendously valuable, and I appreciate that. And so I did struggle, quite frankly, because I took that testimony to heart. But when I step back, I have to rely on and value the council process that we have, the plan team process, the SSC, and all of the information and input that goes into that in terms of coming up with the SSC recommendations to the council. And in my mind, as has been said, as we heard today in our report, the Sablefish ABC is very precautionary. And I rely on that, and with that knowledge, I will support this motion, but also, again, just appreciating the discussion we've had today. I share many of the frustrations expressed earlier about the limitations of our management system to address ongoing challenges like this. And but we have to deal with that management system today to recommend harvest specifications. And so I will support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I find myself a bit frustrated with our conversation on sablefish. Here, I think it's been clearly made to us, presented to us to staff that raising the ABC doesn't do anything to really give the trawl fleet breathing room. These overages don't affect them until I suppose there's the retention issue. But my concern here is the market conditions, and I don't think we took this under consideration enough here with what we're doing setting our 2021 final TAC for sablefish in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. I think we had good public testimony. I think these numbers are too high. I think that they should be lower, and to allow the rhetoric that we may have heard on trawl bycatch or that this is a trawl bycatch issue somehow deter us from moving in a solid direction of market conditions over conservation concerns. I think we've made a mistake today, and perhaps I should have brought a motion forward to move this up, and I didn't. So I'm blaming myself as much as anyone else here. I just didn't know if that would be something that would pass the muster of the council with the discussions that I've heard here and the answer that Mr. Cross gave to my question on the market conditions. And so, I'm in a position to look at whether I reluctantly support this motion or I vote against it, just based on the principle that I don't think we had a good discussion. I think these numbers are too high for the market. So I'll think about that between now and when I vote. And I wanted to address one more issue here, and that's that I think it was pointed out that we have a bigger issue here than we can solve with the tax sheet. So this isn't a tax sheet issue. This is an issue for staff tasking. I'm looking forward to the discussion that we can have there at staff tasking. And so I'll save any more comments I have on sablefish for Gulf of Alaska. And ultimately, I think this is an issue we're going to need to tackle on staff tasking. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be brief. After those last comments, I don't know if I agree with Mr. Downs or not. What I was going to say is I do appreciate the distinction between these two issues, trying to reduce sablefish bycatch, trying to be accountable to those allocations. I don't think that's the issue that we have at hand here under tax setting. I think we are trying to get an SSC recommendation, which we did, which they were clear to us was very precautionary, well below max ABC. We listened carefully to their discussion and read the minutes on how they accounted for uncertainties and risk, identified that we in testimony into their determination of that ABC. And I think that's the process that we're working with here. I guess I would maybe align myself with Dr. Balsiger on that front. I do think the other issue that we could deal with in another agenda item, specifically staff tasking, is dealing with that accountability issue and dealing with overages. And I do not disagree that it is a waste issue. It is an allocation issue. If fewer of those small fish grow up to be marketable size in the directed fishery, but it is a different issue from this tax sheet. So thanks for those comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Cross, for the motion. Just want to extend my appreciation for all the work that's gone into this and all the input from the various user groups and public testimony. I certainly support it. I echo the comments of most folks. And also, I think regarding the sablefish issue is I hope we can put some resources behind additional information that helps us inform some of the data gaps to improve management and predictions, that we better understand the life cycle of the fish under changing conditions, as well as the movement patterns that inform management options both to the fleet and regarding bycatch, but also provide some long-term certainty to the directed fisheries. So I hope we can get to that. I know, as with everything, resources are always a limiting factor, but it seems like, I've heard a couple priorities for stock status, and this is one of them. So hopefully we can pull something together and have a focused effort that helps inform this issue going forward. So I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I sought recognition solely to associate myself with the remarks made by Ms. Kimball.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Any further comments on the motion? Okay. With that, let's go ahead and vote. Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Calling the roll on Bering Sea Aleutian Islands harvest specifications for 2021 and 2022. Mr. Down.
Yes.
Mr. Jensen.
Yes.
Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Marks.
Yes.
Mr. Mesro.
Yeah.
Mr. Twite. Mr. Twite.
Looks as if his phone may not be connected.
Yeah, I'll come back to him. Dr. Balsiger.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Campbell.
Yes.
Mr. Cross.
Yes.
By this, Mr. Twite.
Looks like he's put a check mark next to a name, and his in the chat box he says he votes yes. So I think we
Okay,
can
thank you.
that.
Mr. Kane.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Motion passes 11-0.
Okay.
Follow-up motions, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Cross, and I saw where to the e-agenda your motions were all attached in the same document, which I think probably makes it simple enough for council members to work through rather than separate attachments, which I was worried about for the first motion. So I think if you want to make them all combined, if that would be your preference, that would be just fine.
That works for me, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Cross.
Motion two.
And Mr. Cross, before you do that, just so everybody's on the same page, if you go to your e-agenda rather than looking at the screen, but under the C3 agenda item, all the motions are posted as one in case you aren't there already. So, Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Motion two, the council moves to set flatfish flexibility reserves in table 7A and 7B to maximize ABC reserves for 2021. The council moves to approve the PFC amounts and distributions shown in tables 8, 9, 10, and 11. I will make a note that in 10 is different than the AP's motion, which was left blank when it came to the TLAS halibut mortality. It was left blank because industry was still negotiating, but now those numbers are filled in, and they're filled in to reflect tax that have gone up in yellowfin sole and tax that have gone down in pollock and in Pacific cod. So those are different than last year to reflect that. The distributions in tables 8, 9, 10, and 11, and we also approved the 2020 Bering Sea Aleutian Island SAFE report. Also noted, the council moves to approve the halibut discard mortality rates for 21-22 as shown in table 12. You'll also note on the screen for information purposes only, the calculations for Bering Sea and Aleutian Island Pacific cod between the state guideline harvest levels and the federal tax, and that's what's shown in table 13 so that you can do the math on those. With a second, I will talk to him.
Second.
Second by Mr. Marks.
Steve.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The motion for 7A and 7B, and for tables 8, 9, and 11, and for the discard mortality rates, along with Table 13. And along with Table 13 are all mathematical and empirical and based upon the staff's going through herring numbers and crab numbers, doing flexibility by doing the math from ABC down to and taking out CDQ, et cetera. So those are all mathematical. The only one that really has some flexibility to it is in Table 10, which I mentioned, and industry negotiated those based upon the TLAS fishery and how the tax sheet moved. So other than that, Mr. Chairman, I say that the staff has been through these numbers. I've been through them several times. I think they're accurate. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cross. Questions on the motion? Any amendments? Comments on the motion? Mr. Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Cross. I wanted to thank Mr. Cross for all his hard work. I want to thank him for all these tables and for the work he has to do with staff to make sure these tables are accurate and all the back and forth that goes into producing these tables every year. And I just think congratulations is in order. He's been doing this as long as I've been on the council. He's been doing it a lot longer than that because he's been on the council for a lot longer than I have. And he did this at the AP for 11 years. So I appreciate that very much. He's been handling these tax sheets for industry, and I've been on both sides of negotiating out in the hallways on these tax sheets with Mr. Cross, and he's a very good, fair representative of everybody in industry on these issues and works hard to make sure that these are accurate tables. I appreciate his work very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Other comments? Okay. Mr. Witherow.
Okay, calling the roll on the remainder of the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands harvest specifications, including ABC reserves, PSC allowances, DMRs, and approval of the SAFE report. Mr. Jensen.
Yes.
Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Marks.
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau.
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Dr. Balsiger.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Ms. Campbell.
Yes.
Mr. Cross.
Yes.
Mr. Down.
Yes.
Mr. Canine.
Yes.
Passed unanimously.
Anything further on C3? Thank you, Mr. Cross, for taking us through that, and much appreciated, and of course to staff as well and all the public input. So let's go ahead and break for the day, and we'll come back tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Alaska time and take up golf. See you then.
Now, who's gonna do our Bering Sea Aleutian Island tax sheet in 2022 December, 2021 December?
To be seen. Have a good night.
Miss Campbell will do it.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, all.
The meeting is now over. All the participants have been disconnected.